To all the spectators in the first section of grandstands, did Don give you your instructions? Was he nice about doing it, or did he basically order you to do it? Well, I mean, he is a military guy. I just figured I'd ask. That's a fair question. Hey, listen, we love Don. Just want to make sure that the guy who's been up for 4 hours is not taking out his aggression on you, because we love y'all. Thanks, Don. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we get closer to going hot on the racetrack, we are about 10 minutes away from going hot at this point. Once again, a shout out to everybody that is here. We appreciate all of you joining us on Wednesday. It is a beautiful start to the day. It's a lot cooler here than it was on our first day at Cordova, where it was in the 90s and the track temperature was above 130 degrees. And I know some of the people like Wes, who's down there, is going, I appreciate the weather change. But thank you for joining us for day number 3 here of Sick Summer, brought to us by our friends at TBM Brakes. And the live stream that'll be going up here in just a little bit, courtesy of Rick and the group at Gear Vendors Overdrive. We appreciate those two companies being on board with us. And we also say thanks to Summit Racing Equipment and Peak Performance for supercharging our Sick Ward. So the Sick Ward is all the fun of being able to do a drag and drive without all the abuse and stress of worrying about beating on your equipment. So we asked for the D group, and the D group is here. A whole lot of them. We asked for the D group, and the D group shows up. Apparently they ate their Wheaties this morning, and they said, oh, okay, we called them. We're here. Once again, quarantine lanes. Lane number 1 for slicks. Lane number 2 for radials for quarantine. Lane number 1 for slicks. Lane number 2 for radials. So we're giving the racetrack the final touch-ups. And getting some stuff ready up here in the tower. As I said, the D group is already here and in the lanes and waiting. Once again, quarantine lanes are open. It looks like we already have a couple people taking advantage of that. Quarantine lane number 1 for slicks, lane number 2 for radials. And it looks like Ed Esner and Cletus McFarland are our first 2 heavy hitters to take advantage of the quarantine lanes. So the mullet sitting at the front of quarantine lane number 2, and Esner's naturally aspirated Mustang sitting at the front of lane number 1. That car has laid down 2 mid-7-second passes with no power adders at the first 2 tracks. So we'll see if he can continue to do that. All right, attention spectators. I have a Chevrolet Camaro that is parked somewhere that it is blocked.
Gotta be quiet up there.
Immediately, it's a white Chevy Camaro, Wisconsin tag, I almost don't want to say this, AFU 3243. White Chevrolet Camaro, AFU 3243, Wisconsin tag. I need that car moved immediately, please.
Okay.
Once again, white Chevrolet 6-gen Camaro,
AFU 3243. I need that vehicle moved immediately, please.
Welcome to SIG Summer 2023, day 3, but probably really like 2.5. What did you miss yesterday? Raindrops, wiped out. Just didn't happen. Everybody made their safe trip in the rain, the weather conditions, got here, and I don't know if you can see over my shoulder, but it's a little chilly here at Union Grove, Great Lakes Dragway for day 3. The bummer of the day yesterday was Alex Taylor. Hurt a couple pistons. If you were watching the live stream, we talked to her. They're loaded up. They're headed home. reboot, regroup, regather. They'll be back. But who's still here and riding the high? Cletus. Didn't make it to day 3 during sick week. Day 3 is today for him. They've had minimal issues. Hoping to finish out the week strong. Says he wants that 6-second average going into Friday. So today, Great Lakes Dragway. Tomorrow, Tri-State. The wind's blowing. It's cold. Cars are going to be fast. Naturally aspirated. They say they're going to turn it up a little bit. We'll see what happens. All you need to do is stay tuned right here. 6 Summer 2023, presented by TBM Brakes. And Gear Vendors Overdrive is bringing you the live stream. Look at these guys up here right there. Tell them! Put your earbuds in. Turn your sound up. We're getting ready to get after it right now.
All right, Don O'Neill, thank you so much for giving us our introduction here. Ladies and gentlemen that are here at Great Lakes Dragaway on Wednesday for day number 3 of 6 Summer, presented by TBM Brakes. On behalf of Don O'Neill, Warren, the entire staff here, as well as Rick Dodge, John Sears, and all of our people on the ground, my name is Derek Putnam. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We are about to get things underway with our D group, so D group, start suiting up, please. D group, start suiting up, please. We're going to put you down the racetrack. We got a bunch of fans out there, and they want to see some drag racing. Don't y'all? You guys want to see some cars go down, don't you? Oh, do I need to get Don to get you enthused? Come on. I'm not going to send him down until I see some excitement. Are you folks ready to see some drag racing? Thank you, Don. I appreciate you helping me out there because obviously they only respond to you and not me. All right, so before we send cars and trucks down the racetrack, we do have a couple of things we need to take care of. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise and remove your headgear, we will do our invocation followed by our national anthem. If you would please bow with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for bringing us here to Great Lakes Dragway to enjoy the sport we love, drag racing, as well as the drag and drive community. We ask that you keep everybody safe. Spectators, drivers, crew, all the great people that have come out here to join us today. As we work, as we race, and as we travel to the next track, we ask for your guiding hand. We ask for your safety as we do what we love here today. In Jesus' name, amen. Please direct your attention towards the flag as we play our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
All right, put your hands together as we're going to go racing here at Great Lakes Dragaway. Day number 3 of 6 Summer, brought to us by our friends at TBM Brakes. The live stream brings a huge crowd of people on a Wednesday. So sit back and enjoy yourself as right now. Working. Dart. He's running in our Bullseye Challenge. And Bullseye Challenge competitors, the number today is 11. The number today is 11. So that's what you're trying to hit. They're going to try to run as close to something with an 11 at the end without going faster than it. You don't want to run 10 or 5. You want to run on the high side. 12:39 at 108 for the Dodge. 12:17 at 112 for the Camaro. The Toyota Tacoma pickup truck left-hand side will face the Monte Carlo in this pair. Monte Carlo is Eric Sparks. Sparks in the 1986 model Monte Carlo. And Sean Lewis, the 2007 model Toyota Tacoma pickup truck. Again, this is a great example that you can come out and enjoy drag and drive with pretty much anything. Keep in mind, you don't have to necessarily have a muscle car or even a fast car. You can bring out your daily driver as long as it meets all the rules and requirements and you believe that it can make the entire drive. Monte Carlo wheels up as he leaves the starting line. Looking for something with a 12 at the front of it, I believe. And we'll get it 12:20 at 108 for the Monte Carlo. Pickup truck follows at 1574 at 84 miles an hour. Once again, all drivers, please make sure you have your climate control systems off. All drivers, please make sure you have your climate control systems off as we're getting a little bit of drip. Obviously, it's early in the morning, so that's not completely uncommon, but make sure that you have your climate control systems off as soon as you get to the staging lanes. Chevrolet pickup truck and Chevy Nova will come up as our next pair. The pickup truck in our Bullseye Challenge class, Mark Sanford. Sanford in the 1972 model Chevy pickup truck. He'll face off with the F Cancer Nova. Yeah, they're doing this on behalf to try to raise awareness for cancer. They've got a lot of signatures on the back window of the car for both cancer survivors and people that are currently fighting it. The Nova, the husband and wife team of Joe Hange. And Hange goes 1524 at 93 miles an hour, 1286 at 102 for the pickup truck. That'll bring up fast Eddie Esner. Wow, we're going to have somebody jump in line here. This is the quarantine deal, and this is how this works, is for you to be able to get the fast pass. As I mentioned earlier today, this currently is the quickest and fastest naturally aspirated drag and drive competitor ever. The guy who previously had set the records and had been at the forefront of the naturally aspirated setup, James Doc McIntyre with the C-Red 68 Camaro. He's collected numerous titles in the naturally aspirated category, but Esner, 749 the first day, 751 the second day. And as I mentioned, that's naturally aspirated. That's without power adders. He's running quicker than a lot of cars are with Terpsky superchargers and nitrous oxide. So he's looking for a one and done right here. It's what happened to him on the first day. And he would like to be able to do it again right here, lay down a good number, get everything packed up, and get on the nearly 200-mile drive to the next outing. 632 cubic inches underneath the scooped hood for Ed Esner. So Esner ready. Off the starting line, 112, 60 foot. Looks good so far. 480 to the half track and lights it up 746 at 184 miles an hour. His best run and his best speed. Put your hands together. That is the quickest and fastest pass right here at Great Lakes Dragaway. Naturally aspirated, ladies and gentlemen. So unfortunately, it looks like the 1970 Monte Carlo coming out of the left-hand side comes out of the burnout box, and the fluids came out of it. So thankfully, didn't happen on the run, but a tough break there. So, oh, there's actually parts and pieces. That one looks like the rods might have come out of it. Oh, that's a transmission bell housing. That's what it was. So I'm probably going to get a parts call upstairs here shortly. So we'll send the police pursuit vehicle down right-hand side on a single. And a tough break for the Monte Carlo there. David Crofton, the 2012 model Chevrolet police pursuit vehicle, goes 1398 at 100 miles an hour. So a little bit of transmission fluid going to need to be cleaned up left-hand side of the racetrack, and a tough break there for the Monte Carlo. A 1970 model, that's the first year they built them. And Stuart Patterson, unfortunately, just having breakage right out of the burnout box. Like I said, the good part about it is it happened early in the run, so thankfully it didn't happen while he was going down the racetrack, and the fluid underneath it obviously would have been way worse at that point. So hopefully this will not take us too long to get cleaned up, but obviously with transmission fluid, there's going to be a little bit more work involved than if it was just water, for example. So this will take a few minutes. All right, so I have been told by Warren that when Don O'Neill was out and about this morning, he was walking around the pit area and found Cletus wrenching away on his ride this morning. I saw the whole front end up in the air by about 3 feet. So for those of you that are on our live stream or you'd like to jump over to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel while we clean up the left side, we've got about a 2.5-minute clip of Don talking to Cletus, finding out about his first 2 days and what he was wrenching on, so you can check that out. I'm going to go off the mic here for a few minutes, and we'll be right back with you in just a little bit.
6 Summer 2023. The highlight in the pit today is, Cletus, you've made it to day 3 compared to sick week. What's been going on with you and the team?
Hey, we're just out here driving down the road, fixing stuff. We tore up a valve spring, tore up an alternator. Other than that, having a good time,
So, Cletus, we talked earlier, this is a big deal about making it this far for you and the team. You guys have struggled a lot with some engine issues across the year, and now you're coming here, you and your guy, he's smiling, he's wiping on the car, nobody's stressed.
We don't really usually stress because we're just happy to be racing. It's a privilege to be out here racing in America, and the weather's good, and these great people are out here, so this is all such a privilege for us to just even be here. So even if our engine catastrophically exploded today, I still would be in a good mood. I'm just happy to get to do this. So yeah, we had some issues. We blew up the big block on the last sick week, which had been in there for a while, so whatever. Now we got the SMX. It's running good. Just going to keep maintaining it, and hopefully it'll hang in there for us.
Got a goal for the rest of the week as far as ET-wise, outside of just completing 6 Summer 2023?
Yeah.
You got a personal ET goal you'd like to do?
I've actually never finished a drag week event with a 6-second average. I've gotten really close a couple times, but something always happens, and then I don't get that 6-second average. So, with yesterday's time getting wiped out, we still have a chance to get a 6-second average. So today, we want to go another 6 and then hopefully try and jump up a couple positions. I know we're 4th or 5th overall. I'd love to finish 1st, but there's some steep big tire competition in front of us. But we'll do our best to get up there.
Well, I think for a lot of fans out there, they always just think that Cletus is always just about having fun and not really having any kind of internal goals. But that right there sounded like you and your team got some goals that you want to complete.
Oh yeah, we always have goals. We're here to win. We're leading our class, so that's cool. But now our goal is to just try and win the whole thing.
Folks, keep an eye on Cletus. Yesterday, we didn't have a whole lot to report about except getting wet. And these guys, he was driving a combine. I don't know if he's coming back up here later on in the year to farm. Stay tuned. He'll be on track soon. 6 Summer 2023, Gear Vendors Overdrive, TBM Brakes. Let's get back to the track.
makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
Compound. So we'll see how all that works out as far as if anybody decides to jump in early. The weather conditions here, the best that we have seen all week. We are right now about 1,500 feet above sea level, so the air is good. It's definitely better than the last 2 days. And we have a whole slew of D group cars to run. We're just waiting on the left-hand side to be ready to go. It looks like it's not too far away. And then we'll be back underway here in just a few minutes. one that is. This is Alex Johnson, 1979 model F-250, the 3/4 ton pickup. He decided to go sans hood and added in the nitrous for extra flair. He's running our Bullseye Challenge, so he wants to find something with an 11 at the end of the number or possibly a 12 or a 13. That's what you want to do. You want to get as close as possible without going under it. You're both staged and ready. See some of the black smoke coming out of the left-hand side as Alex gets after the nitrous button. Pickup truck out in front. Pickup truck gets there first, 12:28 at 107, and a 15:04 at just 61 miles an hour for Joseph Nowak. Now, Nowak is running in the dial your own class, so that was the kind of thing where he should be running based on something to keep him consistent. The Bullseye Challenge, right now, 12:28 is 1700ths above the number, so it's not a bad pass, but it's not going to win. You need to get closer than that. How about the little V-dub with the rag roof on top? Prescott Phillips, 1957 model VW Beetle.
I know you guys have been working really hard. You ready?
This is the one that ran Sick Week with us earlier this year. He's the guy that did the wheelie on Sunday and almost took out the Christmas tree. He'll face the 2016 model Ford Festiva.
Naturally aspirated past her and drag and drive on day 3.
Yeah, it seemed to be pretty good. I mean, to be honest with you, the weather's a little bit better today, so wanted to try to make it a little early and got it super soft down low because I just want to, see if it will go down the racetrack every day, and seems to be working real good. I got, I'm super fortunate for, all the people that helped me. I mean, I'm just a small part of this whole deal, and I'm lucky enough to drive it and own it, but I'm very fortunate. I got Jimmy Lopez. Without him, I mean, I'm not going to lie, we slept out here on the parking lot last night. So, I mean, he's the only one that's going to roll around in the dirt with me all night long and do this for no reason at all, to be perfectly honest with you. But I do it for the challenge, and it's something to do, and what else would I be doing? So that's what motivates me, and we just try to do something different.
All right, Eddie, right now, this is day 3. Yesterday we wiped out. We got a little bit of a drive to Tri-State. Are we one and done at this point with that? I mean, you're going to turn in another 740 time slip. Are we going to turn it around and try again, or what are we doing?
No, not at all. I'll be honest with you. Like I said, if I just finish the thing, and that's my whole goal. I just finished putting this car together in the last 3 months, literally. I went down to Florida with my red car, wasn't satisfied with that for a sick week, and then I came back and I'm like, you know what, they're going to my backyard. I might as well convert this thing over and make it a street car. So, to be honest with you, my goal was just to finish, and it runs what it runs. I mean, I literally tested it last week for the first time and softened it up. I mean, last year we ran some 8th mile stuff, and it ran a lot better to the 8th last year than what it's running now. But, obviously I had to add a lot of stuff to make it work. And but like I said, if I didn't have all my people, and there's so many of them, I can't even say it. I mean, I'm pretty persistent, and I don't go away. So these people help me day in and day out when I need something, and I need it now. They take care of me. I've got some of the best people in my corner. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here because I wouldn't even be interested.
Hey, folks, we got gratitude and humble pie over here with Fast Eddie and J-Lo. They got to get to Tri-State, one and done. 2 more days. He's looking for those 740 time slips because he'll own the record. Quickest and fastest, naturally aspirated, drag and drive. Let's get back on the track and make sure you stay up with Fast Eddie and J-Lo. 6 Summer 2023. TBM Brakes, Gear Vendors Overdrive. Back on the track.
Thank you. This week now, I will tell you that this thing is violent when it leaves the starting line if he puts all the beans to it. And on Monday, when we were at Cordova, on his second pass, he got really close to the wall. From my vantage point, I couldn't quite tell if he got close enough where he would have touched it. But he did not make a pass with it yesterday. So we'll see how he does here today. Oh, it looks like John is out of the car. That's not a good sign. So maybe the reason it was wagging the tail is because something was coming out of it. So we're checking. I do know some of you are sitting in the grandstands going, wait a second, did the driver just come out of the passenger side? Did he crawl across the seat or something? So John's putting the pins back in. Not sure if he's going to try to make this pass or not. My guess at this point is no. It looks like they might push it back. Oh, he threw the belts off it. Okay, that would explain it. Yep. So John is not going to make the pass here. Doesn't necessarily mean he's out of competition. He just needs to get some stuff put back together in it. So the big long burnout apparently was just a tick too much as the belts came off of it. So Ferrone's going to go back to the pit area, and he'll get it reevaluated and figured out, and we will see him back later today, hopefully. So a tough break there for John Ferrone. And it looks like we've got a lot of cars at the ready, waiting just behind the burnout box. How about a little Town and Country 1987 front driver? This is Jared Nowinski. Nowinski in the 87 Town and Country, where we put the little spot where you can tell us what color it is. It says wood. He apparently completely forgot about the fact that the rest of the car is red, but he just put down wood color. So it'll help me to keep all the Town and Countries we have competing with us this week straight. Eric Holbeck in the Olds Cutlass will provide competition here. And again, when I say competition, and it's not like they're against each other. It's kind of for bragging rights, so to speak. You're really worried about what time you can get out of your car. 1276 left side, 1277 right side. So side by side, 12.7 second passes. So our next pair up, Nicholas Bulk in the Chevy Camaro will face the VW of Chuck Fryer. Fryer's got the tires spinning. And this thing did a nice little wheel stand coming off the starting line at Cordova on Monday. We did not see him run yesterday as we did not get to the D group before Mother Nature had her way with us. So Fryer, the 1962 model Beta in the terracotta color. Both of them are staged and ready. Look at the wheels up launch from the V-dub as he drops the clutch. Into third gear, left-hand side. And towards the finish line, looking for a 12-second ET. And goes 1185 at 109. How about that? 1468 at 91 miles an hour for the Camaro of Nicholas over on the right-hand side, but the wheel stand and V-dub just lays down at 1185. That'll bring up the Buick Riviera next on the right side of the racetrack against the pickup truck left side. Kyle Ader in the 50 model Ford F1 pickup truck. The Buick of James Jekyll. The 67 model Skylark goes 1251 and 109. I said Riviera earlier, but I'm sorry, it's the slightly smaller Skylark model. 1682 at 77 miles an hour for the F1 pickup truck. So once again, a little bit of cleanup work happening on the starting line. And Luke, the Sick the Magazine publisher, told me, he said, you do realize that it may not be climate control systems on all of these. It could also possibly be some of the you-know-what that we drove through yesterday from track to track. I don't like using that 4-letter R word while we're at the racetrack, so I'll just say excessive moisture. First Gen Lightning coming up left-hand side, and the Buick Regal will stage up right-hand side. David Pascal in the Regal, the 231 cubic inch V6 with the turbocharger on board, and Chris Cape in the First Gen Lightning. He said it's like cave with a B. I said cab on the first day, and he corrected me. Once again, all your drivers, if I somehow butcher your name, feel free to come up to the tower and nicely tell me how to say it. 1208 at 111 for the hairdryer Buick. 1571 at 84 miles an hour for the First Gen Lightning. Lewis Jordan coming up next, 2013 model Mustang. The Coyote-powered plant on board. He's on left-hand side. Dan DeVore over on the right-hand side in the early 60s model Chevy El Camino with the big tires on board. El Camino off the starting line first. The Mustang banging the gears, trying to make a good pass on the left-hand side. He's reeling in the distance. Will he get there? 1249 at 110 left side. 1329 at 95 miles an hour for Dan DeVore's El Camino. That'll put the stick shift Barracuda up next, right-hand side, and the Buick Century Wagon over on the left-hand side of the racetrack. So Darwin Peterson and Johnny Richmond. Darwin Peterson and Johnny Richmond. We have packages for you in the tower. Darwin Peterson and Johnny Richmond. Darwin Peterson and Johnny Richmond, we have your packages waiting for you at top floor of the tower. The turbocharged station wagon. And it is not alone, though. You have a couple of those out here this week. Eric Lawson's 1980 model Buick Century wagon. I'm guessing it probably did not do burnouts like that from the factory. Broderick Cotton over in the 69 Barracuda on the right side of the racetrack. And again, this is a gear jammer. This is a stick shift entry. Now the Buick's got all the boost fed to it. The Barracuda stick shifting his way down right-hand side, but Eric Lawson's going to get there first. Goes 11:59 at 123 in the wagon. 14:59 at 96 miles an hour for Cotton's stick shift entry. So the GMC pickup truck coming up next. We did a feature on this one not too long ago. He's already done a couple of drag and drives this year, including the Cruise and Lose one that went through the Carolinas. This is Adam Malik. Malik in the 69 GMC pickup truck over on the right-hand side. Matt Miller on the left-hand side. Miller is wheeling the 1979 Mercury Zephyr. The difference between the two is the Mercury's got more wood grain in it than the Ford does. Pickup truck to the finish line, 12:35 at 105. The Mercury moving out of the staging means before he was ready, so he won't get a time. We got John Ferrone coming back. A slightly smaller burnout this time for John Ferrone. Hopefully he kept the belts in place. As I mentioned, the right-hand drive Aussie Charger, the twin turbo model, has been on drag and drives before. Has finished top 3 at Hot Rod Drag Week in the past. Has not necessarily been on the struggle bus here so far, but he did have to make 2 different runs on day number 1. He went 786 at 169 in the right-hand driver. So let's see what he does right here. He's trying to get some boost built before he gets into the beams. And it left a little soft. He's still way out there on the left side of the racetrack, and he guides it back in. Top end says 873, but look at the speed, 175 miles an hour for John Ferrone. So obviously 175 miles an hour, we know he could be a solid second quicker than that, but he just couldn't get the boost built that he wanted. 157 on the 60-foot, that's not what he wanted there. But an 873 at 175 will at least get him on the board. It's very possible we might see him back around for another shot. Christine Wigan coming up next. Right-hand side of the racetrack, 1971 Pontiac Trans Am. And I believe it is Pontiac powered. Will stage up against the Buick Grand National on the left side of the racetrack. That's Tom Mack, the 87 Grand National, the last year they built him. $11.87 at 113 for Christine, left side. And the Buick followed, and with a little bit of cleanup on the left-hand side of the racetrack before we bring the little pocket rocket Plymouth out on the right-hand side, and the Chevrolet Corvette left-hand side. Andy Esser in the Knotwood-colored station wagon against the C5 Corvette of Jake Mansky. $12.31 at 111 for the Corvette. $14.12 at 96 miles an hour for the front-wheel drive station wagon. All right, back underway, the four-door 66 Chevy Nova. Right side of the racetrack going up against the Ford of Nick Kurziak. Kurziak in the silver car down left-hand side goes 13.06 at 101. The four-door Nova following at 17.43, that's 74 miles an hour. That's Jacob Eden. Jacob doing the tour along with his dad in the 1970 Chevy Nova, who we will see up here in just a little while. Racers, I have been advised, please make sure you go to the second turnoff. Racers, please make sure you go to the second turnoff. I've been told that the first turnoff is a short one, and we've already had some close calls. We obviously do not want to keep repeating that, so racers, please make sure you use the second turnoff, not the first one. Racers, please use the second turnoff, not the first one. 62 Chevy Nova of David C. The Chevy 2 Nova, the orange car, right side of the racetrack. He goes 11.86 at 117, 13.03 at 100 miles an hour, left-hand side for Brian Atwood. Atwood wheeling the 1961 Buick Skylark. So once again, as we continue to work our way through the first session of D-Cars here at Day 3 of 6 Summer, brought to us by our friends at TBM Brakes. And once again, the live stream up and rolling, thanks to Gear Vendors Overdrive. For those of you that are watching us live and online, I have not jumped online as of yet. So if you're asking questions, it's not that I'm ignoring you. I just haven't gotten online yet. So as soon as I get a chance, we'll make the announcement. Kessler Susie, the 95 model Chevy Caprice, over on left-hand side. The 76 Corvette of Jeff Richardson in the Plastic Fantastic right side. 1339 at 100 miles an hour for the Chevy left side, 1403 for the Chevy right side. I say Chevy like there was only one of them. No, they were in both lanes, so I probably need to be a little bit more specific. Chevrolet El Camino comes up next right side, and the S10 pickup truck, yeah, it's a 4-door model. I asked the internet the other day, and of course the internet has to be right. Somebody told me that these were only available in a 4x4 originally, but that doesn't look like a 4x4, so I'm not sure if they did some slicing and dicing, so to speak, but it's a pretty unique look. I've never seen a 4-door S10 before. Sean Dillner's 2002 model S10 pickup truck, and Daniel Balkin, the El Camino, Balkin, the 78 model El Camino. That was the first year they made him in what they call the G-body design. Yeah, it was referred to the chassis. El Camino's going to get there first. 1294 at 105, 1478 at 101 for Dillner's Moore-door S10. Couple healthy burnouts coming out right here. The second-gen Chevy Camaro and the 71 Plymouth GTX will face each other next. The GTX is Justin Gray. Gray's in the Dial Your Own class, and he joined us for Sick Week with this car as well earlier this year. He's on left-hand side. The right-hand side, the brown Chevy Camaro, that's Jason Steinman. Steinman's running the Bullseye Challenge class with the 70 model Chevy Camaro. This is the first year they made the second gen. Yeah, they just ran out of parts and pieces to keep building 69 Camaros because we all know how popular those are. So Steinman is looking for something with an 11 at the end. It doesn't matter if it's 7-11, 12-11, or 17-11. He just wants it to end in 11. Camaro out in front and goes 1395 at just 82 miles an hour as he tried to hit the 11. 1457 at 94 miles an hour for Justin Gray. How about Frederick Kurtok, 1948 model GMC pickup truck. Kurtok over on the right-hand side. The 1956 Dodge Suburban. And there was a little bit of internet chatter about this as everybody was saying, I didn't believe Dodge made the Suburban. I thought that was a Chevy, but then a bunch of people confirmed it. Suburban was actually used by Dodge. So Rick Gray, who originally registered with a 1940 Businessman's Coupe, the Ford model, now running the 56 Dodge Suburban. Suburban out in front left side goes 1279 at 111. Frederick follows at 1570 at 88 miles an hour. Once again, D-Group cars that are in the lanes, please make sure you stay with your vehicles. D-Group cars, please stay with your vehicles. And now I have friends that are sending me messages. Matt Lanfear, who some of you may know from the Drag and Drive Past, who has a turbocharged LS swap Mazda Miata he calls the Turtle. He says the 4-door S10, I believe, was originally only sold in Mexico. So now I've heard that it was only originally a 4x4. It was only sold for 2 years. And now I'm being told that it was only sold in Mexico. I have to try to figure out what part of those I want to believe. Do you believe all of it and start telling it like folklore and then you make other people believe you? Yes you do. Warren's just going, yep, exactly. That's what you do. All right, D Group. We will close the lanes at 9:55, so you have 10 minutes. D Group, you've got 10 minutes to get to the lanes if you want to make another pass or you want to make your first one. D Group, we will close the lanes in 10 minutes. If you're not there, we will shut them down, and then you will get your shot again on an all run that'll come in the next couple hours. 68 Fury comes up next, left side. The GMC Sierra pickup truck, right side. Kyle Magnuson in the pickup truck. Nick Parisi in the 68 Fury. $12.50 at 107 for Parisi's Fury, and a 14-second pass for the GMC pickup truck. Now this is the stick shift. Ford pickup truck coming up left side. Yeah, watch that thing leave the starting line. Just bouncing and looking like a pogo stick going down left-hand side. That's Casey Steinke and Sean Enoch in the Chevy Camaro. The pickup truck to the finish line left-hand side goes 12:29 at 1:12. Sean moved out of the staging beams before we activated the Christmas tree, so unfortunately he will not get a time. GMC Jimmy and a 1966 model Ford T-Bird. The T-Bird belonging to Jim Borden. I have not seen a big two-door T-Bird on a drag and drive in quite a while, so it's cool to see one out here. It does add some variety. 2000 model GMC Jimmy. This is the upscale version of the Chevy Blazer. At least that's what GMC advertised it as. To the finish line they go. And the T-Bird gets there first, 12:63 for the big behemoth at 104, 13:67 at 97 miles an hour for the GMC Jimmy. Pretty cool to see a Ford T-Bird out on drag and drive competition, and the fact that it went in the 12s. '69 GTO drop top will stage up next left-hand side. And the Dodge D100 pickup truck, it's a 1985 model. This is Nick Wider. Wider in the Dodge pickup truck, and Vincent Rash in the GTO. Rash running the dial your own class. Wider in the D100 pickup truck is also running the dial your own class. 13:09 at 111 right side. 13:48 at 86 miles an hour for the drop top left side. An interesting fuel system as I get to see up here from the tower on the 68 Chevy pickup truck coming up next. And how about the little nitrous purge from the Impala over on the left-hand side? Obviously, they like to party. Robert Schmidt, the 96 model Impala. That's the last year they built the big body. He's in the dark cherry ride on left side. The 68 Chevy pickup truck over on the right-hand side. The fuel system's got a few insulators, we'll say, wrapped around it to keep the fuel from boiling over. Looks like it's going to get him to the finish line first. 12:20 at 108 for Jennifer Craig in the pickup truck. 12:61 at 107 for Robert Schmidt's nitrous-assisted Impala. Ladies and gentlemen, over 4,000 people watching live and online. To everybody that is on the Gear Vendors Overdrive sponsored live feed on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, thank you all so much for joining us. I can now see you live and online as Warren has rearranged some satellites and pointed the microwave in the right direction and hit the on button. And Warren, I appreciate all the hard work you're doing behind the scenes, as Warren and his crew doing a really the tough behind the scenes job here to make sure that people that can't get to these racetracks are being able to watch all the action here live and online on YouTube. So thank you, Warren, for all your hard work. And to everybody that is online right now, over 4,500 people now watching the Grand Prix and the Dodge Charger go down the racetrack. So thank you all for joining us. Larry Bricky making his first drag and drive ever in the 69 Charger. He's running Anthony Miller's Grand Prix. The Grand Prix goes 12:41 at 92, 15:72 at 87 miles an hour for the show quality Charger left side. '67 model Olds Cutlass comes up next left side, and the 65 Ford Falcon right hand side. And it looks like we might have a car stopped on the top end of the racetrack. So we're going to put the brakes on here for just a minute. Make sure we get that vehicle off the top end. For those of you needing nitrous, nitrous is here, and bottle fills are being done by the end of the merch building across from the front of the VP Semi. So if you need nitrous, and let's be honest, who doesn't? They are available next to the VP Racing Fuel Semi. So a big shout out to Winter Circle out of East. It's either Moline or Moline. I wonder how you say it. Is it Moline or Moline, gentlemen? Moline? Out of East Moline for bringing the nitrous all the way here for us. It's just like people's last names. So I'm going to butcher it no matter how I say it. And And I'm getting more updates on about a 4-door crew cab S10. So we are waiting for the top end to clear. While we have a quiet moment, once again, all competitors, please use the second turnoff at the top end. I've already had some people climbing on the brakes to stop at the first one, and it is a short turnoff. And the last thing we would want to do is have somebody climb on the brakes and cross in front of somebody who doesn't want to stop, and God forbid we have an issue. So again, there are more than one turnoff here at the top end of Great Lakes Dragway, so please make sure you go to the second turnoff. It'll help keep everybody a little bit safer. Greg, I didn't come and see you last night. Hurlbert checking in and saying Mark Cicino needs no nitrous. I'm sure that ProCharge entry would run better if it had just a little flicker of nitrous through the intake tube. It would cool off the charge. He doesn't need it, but I'm sure it would help, even though the car is plenty fast with the new combination in it. For those of you that know, Mark Cicino with the Champagne Express Pontiac Grand Prix. No, not a Monte Carlo. He has been doing drag and drives for quite some time and has converted his combination over to a ProCharge combination. That's why we haven't seen him on a drag and drive here after he had some issues on Sick Week last year. Had to try and get all the parts and pieces together to convert the combination from nitrous over to ProCharger. And I believe they've made some checkout runs on it. It is run good. We'll just put it that way. Jennifer, thanks for checking in. I've been told it's Moline. And she said put extra emphasis on the lean. All right, D group cars. D group cars. You have 2 minutes to get to the lanes. D group cars. D group cars. You have 2 minutes to get to the lanes in this session, and then we will close it. D group cars. D group cars. You have 2 minutes to get to the lanes, and then we will close it out. Chemical Online is saying nitrous does wonders if you have dental work done. They actually use it for something besides hot rods? To be completely fair, at some drag and drives, we're using all the nitrous stuff that dental offices are not going to have any to use on their patients. They're just going to have to, what's the expression? Nut up and deal with the pain? Is that how they say it? Nobody's giving me 100% confirm on that. They're just kind of nodding. So for everybody that is watching online, we're now over 5,000 watching live and online. We appreciate you jumping on board. So we have been told top end is now clear. Top end is now clear. So we're going to go back to drag racing. Enough whiskey helps dental pain. Yeah, that's a good second choice. Why not have all the fast cars go down first when it's cooler on track? That's a good question, but what we're doing is we rotate the classes so not the same number of people get up every morning to be first down the racetrack, and it gives every class an equal shot. We don't want any group feeling like they're the quote-unquote redheaded stepchild and not getting a fair shot at the racetrack. Johnny Hopewell in the 65 Falcon right side, the 67 Cutlass over on the left side for Brian Hoffman. Johnny in the 65 Falcon goes 12:55 at 107. The Oldsmobile following at 13:89 at 87 miles an hour. That's Johnny's first car. Did you know that? That white Falcon he bought back in 1987 and is on his first drag and drive ever. When Tom Bailey asked who was on their first drag and drive when we were at Cordova Dragway, I'd say probably about half the people, half the drivers put their hands up, and that's great that a whole bunch of you are going to learn what it's like to not have a savings account anymore. Our next pair to the starting line, the Chevrolet Police Pursuit Vehicle left-hand side. That's Cale Reisinger. Reisinger off the mark first, and Nathan Clabby will give chase. Clabby in the 86 Mercury Marquis Brougham That's the upscale edition Mercury. 1261 at 111 for the Pursuit vehicle. 1256 at 123 for Clabby in the Mercury. I didn't think I'd ever say that. Clabby in the Mercury. Live stream already becoming quiet. Drink supply refreshed, and the answer level. I do not want to let the fine folks down. I want to make sure I keep a nice even keel, and I tried to say that with a straight. 82 model S10 pickup truck comes up next, staying right-hand side. Whole bunch of people checking in live and online saying they're working hard, and the working is in quotes. I actually got a buddy of mine, Chris Legg out of Michigan, who sent me a Snapchat video that he was listening to me in his semi while he was heading down the road. I appreciate the support, but it almost felt creepy. Yes, the announcer is watching the chat. I am trying to walk and chew gum today, and so far I have not failed yet. 1280 at 105 for Cartwright's S10. 16 flat with a 4 at the end of it at 64 miles an hour for Cook. Cook gets the award for matching your mile an hour at the 8th mile and at the quarter mile. I don't think very many people are going to be able to do that today. He went 64 miles an hour at both places. Smells and Snapchat. Yeah, I'm going to leave that one alone. I'm not touching that one with a 20-foot pole. Somebody is building kitchens while listening. Okay, turn your volume down on your earbuds, please. Stephen Donahue and Thomas Bedsinger, or Zinger. Zinger actually, I believe, zinged an axle out of this thing earlier this week. Somehow managed to find a replacement for the Camaro, and he is still in competition here. The Studebaker going down left side goes 13:48 at 105 for Donahue, 14:28 at 91 for the third-gen Camaro. I got the earbuds in while mowing the shop lawn here in northern Michigan. All right, D Group, the lanes are closed now. D Group, your lanes are now closed. D Group, your lanes are now closed. Lance Scott, a beautiful 1966 model Chevy 2 Nova on the right side of the racetrack. He's looking for an 11-second time slip again and gets one 11:86 at 117. Nicholas Foss in the 1967 Mustang goes 15:19, 87 miles an hour. I'm listening while welding stainless steel. That makes me worry. I will try to give you a heads up before something exciting happens, sir, because if you're welding, yeah, that worries me. All right, everybody that is watching live and online, let's go ahead and blow the chat up. Tell me where you're watching from. We had people watching from Denmark, Australia, and several U.S. states. And Steve Morris rolling into the water, ladies and gentlemen, the quickest car on the sheet so far. Talk about the pair on the start line, Thomas Hooten in the Pursuit vehicle left side, and Richard Richmond. That's an interesting name. The Chevy pickup truck right side. Richmond's going to get there first, 11:78 at 111 in the square body pickup, 13:05 at 108 for Thomas Hooten. And there goes the chat while we tell everybody to jump in. I see Toronto, Memphis, United Kingdom, Texas, Georgia, New Jersey. Somebody's watching from their couch. Thanks for checking in. UK, south of England. $290 miles north of the North Pole. I'm calling BS, sir. I'm calling Santa and verifying that right now. Nevada, North California, Reno, Nevada, where we hope to be later this year for Death Week. All right, let's get back to the racetrack. How about Steve Morris, the Boostmaster wagon, the twin turbocharged Boostmaster wagon. This is a 1993 model Chevrolet station wagon. He is running in the unlimited class, and he is your current leader. He went 6:66 at 2:13 on the first day. Now, yesterday, he did make a pass before we canceled the race and went 7:08 at 2:09. He came off the starting line a little bit slow and had some problems and obviously never got to make another shot at it. So right now, Morris at the front of Unlimited. He has Bryant Goldstone chasing him for the quickest car on the property. 6:68 at 2:17 for Bryant Goldstone is what he ran on the first day. So Steve Morris needs to put down a good number right here, or he would obviously like to. He'd like to have a one and done like he did on the first day. I see Honolulu, Hawaii checking in this morning. Thank you. At this time, I will take A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars to the lanes, please. A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars. I'll take you to the lanes, please. A and B group slick tire cars. Morris, let's build some boost and put it in the beams, please. And off we go. 140 60 foot. And Morris already out of the gas, as that was not what he wanted. A 140 60 foot is not optimal for sixes. 1278 at 81 miles an hour for Steve Morris, as he had problems as soon as he let go of the switch. Now, it does keep him in competition. He took the tree under power, so he is still in competition. But that is obviously going to drop him out of the lead if he hands in that time slip. So Morris is probably going to come back around. Not sure if he has got serious issues or just something didn't hook up the way he wanted it to. And it looks like the Olds Cutlass on the left side of the racetrack has fluid coming out of the front of it. It hadn't even come out of the burnout box yet, and a whole bunch of fluid coming out of the right-hand side of the car just in front of the right tire. So again, thankfully it happened on the burnout. Not sure if it's the overflow or something might have popped loose on a radiator hose or something, but there is fluid now. Not a ton of it, but there is some. So it looks like we're going to send the Impala for a single pass right-hand side. This is Tanner Window. Window in the 62 Impala. And we have a couple of 62 Impalas here this week. Tanner to the finish line on the single while we clean up left-hand side. He goes 13:29 at 97 miles an hour. So we're going to be on hold here for just a minute while we turn on the torch and get the starting line, or excuse me, the burnout box cleaned up. So we are going to be on hold here for just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to do a little bit of homework here in the tower. I'll be right back with you. Once again, if you would like to watch live and online from the multiple camera angles that we've got going on, Tom Bailey's YouTube channel is live. Over 5,000 people watching. We appreciate it. $13.21 at 101 for Brian Fortner, and a 1938 for Wyatt Schultz, right side. Okay, so we have more packages that have been delivered to the tower. Carl Renacius, James Borden, and Timothy Blythe. Carl Renacius, James Borden, and Timothy Blythe. You have packages at the top floor of the tower. I know what you're thinking. Right-hand side, what is it? Well, I can tell you it's not a Mustang. I can tell you that. No, this is a Goblin. It's a kit car, a 2020 model Goblin. Nathan Meske running our Bullseye Challenge in it. Left-hand side, Amos Eason goes 1189 at 112, 1347 at 89 miles an hour. And again, the Bullseye is 11 for today. That's what they're trying to hit. Drivers, if you have already run the number that you want to turn in, I have been told that Tanya and her crew are set up by the concession stands across from where VP Racing Fuels is. So you can head over there, and Tanya will get you taken care of in your route map to the next location. Jason Seneca out in the 55 model Oldsmobile with the roof rack on the right-hand side. The S10 pickup truck of Mark Zadigan will stage up left-hand side. I believe Jason told me at one point that this might be his wife's first drag and drive. At least when I talked to him a couple of weeks ago, that's what he said. I'm not sure if plans for that have changed. 1314 at 106 for the S10. 1581 at 88 miles an hour for the Oldsmobile. So third-gen Camaro and the Econoline Gasser coming up next. John Erdman on the right-hand side of the racetrack. How about a 1963 model Ford E100 Econoline pickup truck with the Gasser approach? I'm sure he has a real easy time seeing the road in this thing. Charles Edwards in the third-gen Camaro. Looks like a screwdriver might have come out the back of it. That just means he left extra hard. The Gasser pickup truck will get there first. 12 flat with a 1 on the end of it at 107. 1295 at 106 for Charles Edwards. So now over 5,200 people watching live and online as we roll the Malibu and the S10 to the starting line next. KJ Kroger in the S10, he says it's orange colored, although that looks a little closer to rust colored if you ask me, but I'm not judging. Michael Bennett in the turbocharged Malibu over on the right-hand side. We don't judge, I just inform. Left side out in front. S10 gets there first, 1140 with a 9 on the end of it at 116. 12 flat with a 4 at 111 for the turbocharged Malibu. How about the 2021 F350 dually that we've converted to single with the Big Mickey Thompson slick on the back? Once again, the good thing about drag and drive, you can pretty much participate with just about anything. Now, the rules do state on multiple drag and drives that you have to run with drag race specific tires on the drive axle or axles. So obviously, that means that they're going to have to do something with the dually, but I like it. That's commitment when you decide to put on a Mickey Thompson, what looks like pro bracket radial to me. For those of you that are here in attendance, I'll bet you aren't expecting to see a burnout from a Super Duty F350. Try to control your enthusiasm. Robert Hill in the Super Duty pickup truck and the really nice-looking 1969 model Z28 Camaro of Dustin Nelson. Nelson pitched the drive shaft out of this car on a pass on day number 1 and thought he was finished. Like he had literally walked to Tanya and said, I'm done. And they went, wait a second, we've got plenty of time. You've only got to drive 77 miles. Let's see if we can find somebody to make you a drive shaft. He got a new one made yesterday and got to our next track at about, I think he told me it was like 12:30. I mean, unfortunately, it was not sunny. We'll just say it that way. But he did manage to get it fixed. He was going to throw in the towel, and then they talked him out of it. 13:03 at 84 miles an hour for Nelson. 15:13 at 91 miles an hour for Robert Hill on the F350. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take A and B group slick, and now A and B group radial. A and B group slick. And A and B group radial. I'll take both of you. The fast cars. I'll take you to the lanes, please. A and B group slick. A and B group radial. I need you to the lanes, please. A and B group slick. A and B group radial. Once again, quarantine lane number 1 for slick, lane number 2 for radials. 2001 Chevrolet Silverado, or as Adam Dory, famous from Rocky Mountain Race Week, would say, Silverado. I'm trying to program it out of my brain, but it's like a bad penny. It just keeps popping up. Eric Sparks in the Monte Carlo goes 12:22 with a 4 at the end of it at 108. 12:99 with a 9, so it counts as a 12-second pass, even though it's really just a quick 13 flat at 102 for the pickup truck. Once again, D group, your lanes are now closed. D group, your lanes are now closed. D group, your lanes are now closed. I have called A and B group slick and A and B group radial. to the lanes, please. A and B group slick, and A and B group radial. And A and B group, when you come to the lanes, please make sure that you have all your correct safety gear and also make sure that all loose items in the car are secured. That would include laptops and the such. So please make sure you mind all of that. We want to keep everybody safe here. Sean Lewis in the Toyota Tacoma pickup truck. And Joe Hangy in the 71 Nova. He says it's more of a pro touring car. It's got like a 2-something series rear gear in it, so it's not peppy, as he said, but it still runs in the 15s. 1527.92 for the Nova, 1560.85 for the Toyota. That'll bring up the stick shift Impala. Yeah, we've got at least 2 62 Impalas. One of them is good, 2 of them are better. And one of them is a stick shift, so that's twice as nice. He'll stage up against Ryan Rose in the S10 pickup truck right side. Nick C. banging the gears in the Impala left side. C to the finish line goes 12:45 at 105, 15:20 at 95 for the S10. Pick him up. The 74 Camaro comes up next, left side. And the 57 Beetle. The well-traveled drag and drive Beetle with the soft top option on the top. This is Prescott Phillips. Phillips did the big wheel stand earlier this year with this car. I think he's tamed it down just a little bit. Just a small wheel stand there. Little one. But we will still allow it. The Camaro of Hunter Carlson going down left-hand side out in front of the Beetle. And he will stay there, 12:18 at 111, 12:59 at 103 for the Beetle. The 67 Buick Skylark coming back around for another shot right-hand side. And the second-gen Chevy Camaro left-hand side. The Camaro of Nicholas Balk, the 77 model Camaro. And the 67 Buick over on the right-hand side. That's James Jenkel. Or Jekyll. I threw an N in there for no reason. I guess I just thought it sounded better with an N, but I'm sorry, James. I'll say your last name correctly. James Jekyll. Both on the starting line. 1467 left side, 1257 for the Buick at 108 right side. This is the Stealth Buick. This is the Regal. Yeah, these are the ones that were kind of thought more of as the grandma cars with bench seats and so forth. The Grand National was looked at as the hyped up car. So the thing is the Regals have gotten just as collectible as the Grand Nationals because, well, some people like different stuff. David Pascal in the Regal, the turbocharged hot rod on the left side, and Chris Cave over on the right side of the first gen Lightning. He said, yeah, it said like Cave, not Cab. Some people have the silent E on the end. Chris isn't one of them. 1216 left side, 1553 right side. Buick turbocharged wagon coming back for another shot. Louis Jordan Mustang, Eric Lawson in the hair dryer Buick. The snail equipped Buick goes 1170 at 122, 1254 at 105 for the Gear Jam and Mustang. Almost 5,700 people watching online as we bring a pair of pickup trucks to the starting line. Kyle Adler, or Ader, excuse me. I'm adding in an extra one. Yeah, he said it's not Adder, he said it's Ader. Adam Bailey in the 69 GMC pickup truck. The 69 GMC pickup truck is going to get there first, 14:12 at 101. 18:44 at 63 miles an hour for the pickup truck left side. That will bring up the Buick Grand National next on the right side. And Matt Miller in the 79 Mercury Zephyr, the red car, over on the left-hand side. Tom Mack in the 87 Grand National right side. I believe this is his second crack at the racetrack. For those of you that have not been there yet, either go and visit Sig the Mag, our merchandise trailer, the orange trailer. It's located over in Manufacturers Row. And I mentioned that we have limited edition Great Lakes Dragaway shirts. Yeah, we didn't release them until today. We have a limited number of them, and once they're gone, they're gone. While you're over there, you can also sign up for Sig the Mag. It's more like a book than a magazine, according to Tom anyway. 11:52 at 122 for the Grand National, 13:32 at 104 for the Mercury. So far, we've only had a couple of our quick cars make runs. That's going to change here in just a little bit as we are nearing the end of our D class, and I have the A and B Group Slick and A and B Group Radial waiting in the wings. Jacob Eaton in the four-door Nova and Joseph Nowak in the Buick. Joseph goes 1196 at 84 miles an hour. Eaton enjoying his time on the racetrack for 17 and a half seconds. 17:54 to be exact. Then I'll bring up the 61 model Buick, I believe. Yep, 61 model Buick Skylark. I'm glad some of my memory has not exited the chat yet. And the first gen Chevy Nova, the orange car of Dave C. over on the left-hand side. C's 1963 model Chevy Nova. That's the second year they built them. Started in 62, ended in 79. We don't count the compacts in the mid-80s that had Chevy Novas slapped on basically what was a Geo Metro. Dave C. off the starting line, first left side. And the Chevy 2 Nova will get to the finish line first, ahead of the Buick. 12:12 at 104. About a second slower, 13:17 at 106 for Brian Atwood in the Buick. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, we are just about done with the D group. That's going to bring A and B Group Slick and A and B Group Radial to the lanes next. So make your plans accordingly. We will do a little bit of track prep before we run the fast cars. So you'll have yourself a chance to go and visit the concession stand and get yourself something good to eat or drink, as well as visit the Manufacturers Midway. Lots of great companies on board with us this week. The 71 Plymouth GTX over on right-hand side, and the El Camino over on left-hand side. Daniel Balk in the El Camino, Justin Gray in the Plymouth GTX. Gray, I believe, has made at least 2 or 3 laps at every racetrack so far. 12:89 at 104 left side. 14:12 at 97 for Justin Gray's GTX right side. So a shout out to the following sponsors that are not only part of Six Summer presented by TBM Brakes, but they're also here on the property, so you can go over and talk to them. Includes Gear Vendors Overdrive, our live stream sponsor. VP Racing Fuels, who not only sent on an 18-wheeler full of all that race fuel goodness, but they also brought along an apparel trailer too, so you can go over and check out all their offerings there. Summit Racing Equipment, one of the sponsors of our SIG Ward, is here on site, as is Peak Performance. Mickey Thompson Tires is here with a full trailer of tires. Well, it might be slightly less full now. 1280 at 111 right side, 1383 at 97 left side. But Mickey Thompson not only with tires but also with tire changing equipment. So if, God forbid, you happen to need some new Mickey Thompson rubber, they can help you out. Red Horse Performance is here with us for the first time, and they did the trailer burnout at our first checkpoint yesterday and pretty much gained about 1,000 fans overnight. Strange Engineering is also joining us this week, and big shout out to all those great companies for being part of Six Summer, as well as our friends at TVM Brakes. They're our official event sponsor, Doug Cook and his gang. And Doug told me he would love to be here, but he's adulting this week. I'm not quite sure what Doug Cook does to adult, as Doug Cook has more fun than most kids I know. 1240 at 108 right side for Nick Parisi's Fury, 1385 at 96 miles an hour for the left-hand side. But I believe that we will see Doug Cook tomorrow on the end of the road tour that goes into Motion Raceworks in Iowa. Now, Doug said he probably wouldn't have all the equipment running by the time I got there, as apparently announcers can't leave early. As I'd really like to get there while they still have everything rolling, but I have been told no. Casey Steinke coming up in the stick shift F-150 pickup truck. It's got a little bit of nitrous on board too, I believe. He'll stage up with the Z28 Camaro, Sean Enoch. Enoch, unfortunately, did not stay in the stage beams on his first pass, so he'd like to get himself a time. He'll get one this time. He jumps out in front of the stick shift pickup truck. And that pickup truck bouncing its way down the racetrack like a basketball. Can't quite catch the Camaro, though, but a good run for both of them. 1226 for the pickup, 1188 at 114 for the Chevy Camaro. The mid-12 second, 66.4 T-Bird next. I'm going to guess that this thing is probably somewhere between 3,700 to 4,000 plus pounds, as these things were not light. You can pretty much take them through anything. The 1970 model Chevy Camaro right-hand side of Jason Steinman. Watching the live feed when I get a minute. JJ, I actually asked him, I don't know if he has enough authority to turn the machines back on. Doug said he might have to get clearance from somebody to turn the machines back on. Top end for the Camaro and the T-Bird. 1267 at 102 T-Bird for James Borden. 1320 with a 0 at the end at 79 miles an hour for the Camaro. Now that's not a bad lap considering he's running the Bullseye class. So he was looking for something with an 11 at the end of it. That's 900s above the 11 number, so not too bad. So some of you have started to comment on the live stream. One of the questions was Steve Morris's wagon. Steve had trouble on the run and only went 1278 at just 81 miles an hour, so we're hopefully going to see him back again soon. Not sure if it was the same problem he had yesterday, as the car was a little slow out of the gate yesterday and ran a 708. Slowed from the 666 he ran on the first day. 1510 at 92 miles an hour for the GMC pickup of Kyle Magnuson on the single. All right, so it looks like we're going to have a little bit of track prep going on here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look. Yes, D-Class is now complete. So, ladies and gentlemen, you might have yourself a few minutes to stretch your legs, but I have a full lane setup of A and B group slick and A and B group radial cars. That means the cars in the 6, 7, and 8 second range, our quickest classes, will be up next. So once again, A and B group, slick and radial, is in the lanes, and we are just going to get a little bit of Tobley busy racing. I don't want to bother Andy. Set it up. So apparently we're going to have an interview with Andy Cook, who is currently leading our Rowdy radial class with the 2005 GTO, joining us. And once again, a shout out to Rick from Gear Vendors Overdrive for sponsoring the live feed. I will tell you have made runs. So John Ferrone in the right-hand side Charger, he went 873. That's about a second off of what he normally runs. Steve Morris ran in the 12s as he had trouble on his run. And Ed Enzer, the NA Mustang, went 746 at 1-8, likely a one and done out of it. Or I just, well, plain ready to go live online. So I'm going to jump off the mic here for just a minute while we continue to prep the racetrack. We'll be right back with you in just a few minutes.
Six Summer 2023 presented by TBM Brakes. And I mean, if we're going to talk brakes and we're going to talk Six Summer, why not talk to one of the Cook boys that's involved with Motion Raceworks and TBM Brakes? And who better than Andy? I mean, how did you get shoved into this? Where's Doug?
Doug had some stuff come up down in Florida. We're working on some other business deals that are pretty important to us. So we're in our backyard. You know, us at Motion, we're a couple hours from here. So, you know, it's a perfect opportunity for us to get out. It's really easy. We don't have to come up.
Hard to keep him in Florida, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got the better weather most of the time. Although it's really
you guys have been involved in streetcar that just keeps pushing.
But good engineers. And the machine I taught myself when we started Motion, so it's something I can learn, make it faster, better, cheaper price wise.
Right, price point. Let's talk about the big snowball. We're talking
Towards the end of last year, and then I'm sure you've seen on social media, we got Gary, our new robot, that is just pumping out caliper halves. So some difference down there most of their time, and then
stream look like we probably really don't belong on camera. It's Andy's fault. Yeah. Send all the hate mail to Andy.
That's fine.
Made in America products, Motion Raceworks, TBM Brakes. That's where you need to be. Six Summer 2023. Let's get back at it. Don't tune in on, well, tune in. I mean, it could be a dumpster fire.
Sure, thanks.
Peak antifreeze and coolant, fueled by freedom.
Freedom and peak performance is what this feller lives for. And it's what I build into every going-to-town rig that rolls out of my garage. It's that feeling you get when you're behind the wheel, pushing the engine to the limit, and not stopping until the old tires pop. And when the day is done, there's nothing more satisfying than cracking open the cold snacks, kicking off the old earth stompers, and blasting some rock and roll on the old Radial. So let's rev up our engines and chase our dreams, because we're fueled by freedom.
Oh, hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag? It is the magazine for the Drag and Drive community. If you haven't subscribed yet, get over to sickthemag.com. Subscribe now. It's more like a book than a magazine. Check it out.
On track prep now, we're going to send slick tire cars down first, so you'll see more rubber and less product because the slick tire cars like the wheel speed, so they want to make sure that they can get the first half of the racetrack down. Once we run slick, then we will prep for drag radial. Now the drag radial setup likes a little bit more glue. Actually, they like a lot more glue. They like as much glue as we can throw at it. As you're seeing live and on the live stream now, the shot from the pit area as well as the staging lanes. So for those of you that have already seen, unfortunately online, we are having some buffering issues as the signal is coming and going, and we apologize. We are working on it. Obviously, we are kind of out in the middle of nowhere, so we're doing our best. But again, we appreciate each and every one of you watching online. Thank you. For everybody that is online, again, thanks for chiming in with all of your questions and stuff that we have thrown out. See Greg Edwards Camaro and Andy Cook's Rowdy Radial leading 2005 GTO sitting in the lanes. Josh Norris's high winding small block Hillborn injected Nova. How about the 55 Gasser that is sitting in the lanes? As I'm sitting up here watching all the action. Yeah, the good part about being an announcer is I get to watch everything go down the lane, go down the racetrack. The bad thing about being the announcer is I can't leave the tower. That's why we brought Don O'Neill on, so Don could actually take care of areas I can't get to. Is anybody in the quarantine lanes? Yes, we have quite a few cars in quarantine lanes right now. We're just waiting on that. Why do they cover the wheels? Is that to keep them cooler or dirt free? It's to keep them cooler most of the time, because otherwise tire temperatures and pressures will change between sides. Bull God, thanks for checking in. He says my neighborhood countryside dues are up once I get back to Florida. I appreciate you checking in. Has the bar opened up yet? I'm sure it probably has for somebody. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Once again, from the bar is open. Okay, so it is 5 o'clock somewhere. I have been confirmed by a track official the bar is open. It's Wednesday. You're not at work, so why not? Go visit the bar. The bar is always open in Wisconsin? Okay, good to know. Next time I come back, I'll make sure to go to visit it at like 4 in the morning or something and see if you're really, true on that. Derek, any news on Steve Morris's car? I don't have any information personally that has been delivered to me yet. What I was told, or what I've seen on the stream, is he wasn't building any boost between yesterday and today, or he was building a lot less than what he wanted to. So I haven't gotten any feedback yet on that. Someone saying Cletus is out. Yeah, that's only been asked about 50 times so far today. No, Cletus A has not run yet. B, he is not out. Cletus is actually in the lanes. He is waiting on his shot. The drinking word for today is a name that I don't want to say because people will be looking at alcohol poisoning by noon. And it is only 10:39 Central Time. Day drinking at the drag strip. Yeah, why not? Okay, so day two. Yes, Michael, I apologize. I didn't catch your question yesterday. So day 2 of asking, I have a question to the announcers. Which root beer is better, Barks or A&W? Ooh, that's tough. I can honestly say I don't mind either. I've probably had Barks more recently. I'm really not that picky. A&W is good too, though. I mean, I don't know if I really have a preference on root beer. I don't drink root beer that often. Monster White is normally my go-to. So we have a live shot of the staging lanes. Cletus out there interacting with some of his fans, signing autographs. Jimmer is telling me that I sound, I can't even repeat that, sir, with a straight face, but I appreciate the feedback. Thank you. Now everybody's talking about root beer in the chat. Should I just go ahead and blow the chat up and we could start talking about bacon next? I know Brian Loans would approve. For those of you that know who Brian Loans is, at one point he had a little iconic character called Traveling Bacon. It was a piece of bacon with bug eyes, and I believe it had springs for hands and feet. And he carried it around with him for a couple of years. And he would take pictures of every racetrack that he went to with Traveling Bacon. It was pretty cool. And Traveling Bacon always had something interesting to say. Bacon-flavored root beer. That would be an interesting combination. I know at one point when Hot Rod Garage was just getting started, they once tried bacon-flavored soda, and they said it was a fail. I will tell you that I have had bacon dipped in chocolate. You have not lived life until you have had bacon dipped in chocolate. And I don't mean like hot dripping chocolate. I mean like dip it and let it set and then eat it. Don't judge me. It is cool. It is only my opinion. Okay, when someone says turn the mic up, I can barely hear the announcer. Sir, I don't think that's possible. I can hear myself all throughout this fine facility here at Great Lakes Dragaway, and I'm actually holding the mic way further away from my mouth than I normally will, just so I don't blow people's eardrums out. Sonic has a bacon-flavored milkshake. Okay, I guess I'm going to have to try and find a Sonic on our travels. JJ, thank you for letting me know my opinion matters. Sometimes I throw it out there and I honestly don't think it matters anymore. Because technically I didn't type it on the internet, so it doesn't count. For everybody that is sitting here waiting on A and B Radial, like I said, we are almost done. We're going to do A and B Slick and then A and B Radial. We're not too far away from going live back on the racetrack, but we want to make sure everything is tuned up good. And I am honestly really, really appreciative of everyone that has come out to our track so far. We have had huge crowds at each and every stop, but Great Lakes, more people than any other racetrack. You should be proud of yourself. We had a great crowd yesterday at Byron, but you guys and gals have showed up in force. Thank you so much for doing so. And I just wish that I could have cars fire right after I say that, just like everything would be in harmony, but we're not too far away from being ready to go again. So once again, for those of you that are here on property, let me tell you there are a couple of things that we can do. I know no one really wants to leave their seat because they know that we're not too far away from running, but if we get to a point in the action where you are not entertained any longer and you want to walk around and check out everything that Great Lakes Dragway offers, keep in mind, go and visit the Sick the Mag booth. We have subscriptions to Sick the Magazine. It is the official Drag and Drive publication. Yep, that's all we cover is Drag and Drive. And Luke is our editor, and he is out and about here this week. And I am also helping him now as part of my job with Tom Bailey. In addition to announcing, I am now doing stuff for sickthemagazine.com on the web. And I contribute a print article or two every now and then as well. So we're appreciative of the opportunity to be part of the great Drag and Drive community. We have 30 different Drag and Drives being done this year, not only in the United States, but also in Australia, and I believe there are 2, possibly 3 in Canada. I believe there's at least 2. I believe it's called Miles of Mayhem, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the one that's been going on for a couple years, and I think they added a second one. We did have one in Australia, I believe it was 2 weeks ago. I'd have to get Luke to text me for sure to know whether or not I was correct on my dates. Okay, so JJ asking the big question is, any idea on when Sick Week 2024 dates will be announced? We're about 95% of the way there. It'll be in February. I do know that. I believe we will be at the same tracks, but that's unofficial. I'm going to have to get with Tom later today when we get done here, and I'll pry some information out of him. If he's going to be nice today. Sometimes Tom has a lot on his brain, and he just doesn't release any information. He just 1 or 2 word answers me. So over 5,500 people watching live and online as we continue to get the racetrack ready to go. I have a couple of people in the tower that look like they want to do something to me, so I'm going to go off the mic for a minute. We'll be right back with you in just a few seconds. But again, thank you all for coming out to day number 3 of 6 Summer, brought to us by TBM Brakes. To everybody that's watching live and online, the Gear Vendors Overdrive live feed on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Stick with us. Talk about bacon some more. I'll be right back with you. All right, we got cars running, ladies and gentlemen. If you are not in the grandstands or on the fence line, I suggest you get there. Here comes the A and B group, the quick classes for slick tire cars first. If you're not on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, tell your friends and tell your neighbors, jump on board. Here we go. The 2003 model Cobra and the 99 model Blue Mustang will get us started. I do like seeing some of the creative tags that are on some of these cars. The Cobra left side says, "You won't." The Mustang on the right-hand side says, "Whistle." As obviously we know what's on board both. 2003 model Cobra Mustang over on left-hand side, that's Daniel Watts. Watts was in the mid 9-second range yesterday, and Tom Llewellyn, who's been having nothing but Mustang over on the right-hand side. He couldn't get it in the second gear on the first day, and then had clutch problems. Watts on a good run. How about 905 at 159? His crew guy says, "Yeah, we'll take it." We're just a stone's throw away from the 8. That's probably a one and done right there for Daniel Watts. 905 at 159. So the twin turbo LS in the weeds Malibu of Evan Erkowitz. He participated in our SIG Week race earlier in February this year. Should be good for bottom eights if he gets it all hooked up good. Cameron Alley, who did a triple pogo stick wheel stand at Cordova in the 97. I don't know if you recall. Both of them hooked up good. 132 60-foot right side, 130 60-foot left side. 840 at 165 right side, 849 with a 3 for Cameron Alley. Oh, I believe that is going to be a heartbreaker for Cameron Alley. Yep, he is running street race. The quickest time slip you can turn in is 8.500 by cage limit. So that 849.3 is 7,000ths of a second too quick, and Cameron's going to get that time slip and cry. That was literally a throttle blip away from a perfect 850, so he can't turn that time slip in. He's going to have to jump back in line and try it again. Tony Martin in the Old Glory Gasser. Now, we break the Gassers up into two categories, both whether they have a power adder or not. So Tony Martin's supercharged car is going to go in the A category. The 67 Chevelle of Mark Krantz will stage up left side. Get on the two-step a little too early, and you saw him blow all the smoke out. You're not supposed to blow the smoke out. The smoke is supposed to stay in. At least that's what they tell me. 10:08 at 134 for Mark Krantz in the Chevelle. That's a good run, but unfortunately for Tony Martin, came off the starting line, and it looks like the car might have shut off. Doesn't look like anything came out from underneath it, but I just wonder if it might have overloaded the carburetors with fuel, and he just can't get it refired yet. So Tom Bailey, the man himself from SIG the Magazine, is up here in the tower with me. He says he's got the best view of the house, and Tom's actually probably happy that he's not competing this weekend. He's just the guy that gets to give out ice cream and weenies out of the Bailey and Sack-driven ice cream truck. Have we renamed it? Is it still the ice cream truck?
Now it's the SIG barbecue truck.
I actually had somebody that suggested something else to me. I'm not sure if I should say it on the speaker or not. Well, actually, you cuss every now and then when we're on the mic, so maybe I can say it. It's not a G-rated show. Somebody said we should call it the Wieners and Creamers truck. For those of you that are on the live stream, I have just been informed it's not a G-rated show anymore, so listen at your discretion. So it looks like a little bit of fluid right side, not too much. And hopefully Tony Martin can get that supercharged 55 Chevy back to the burnout box here quicker than we hope. Hopefully he didn't have too much trouble and he could just pull it right back in. John Ferrone actually did the same thing. He got back in line within, I'd say, probably about a dozen pairs. So hopefully the 55 Chevy is okay.
Ken tells me that I have to come ask you about your former Australian racer.
Tom is doing God's work right now. How does that feel to have on your shoulders? But yeah, for all the competitors that are out here, if you would like to grab yourself a complimentary hot dog or an ice cream sandwich, I do believe that the truck is stocked, and we flew in the. It's out already? Almost out. So last call to the barbecue truck.
He can't hear me. That was a little cooling agent that was down here on the starting line.
Sandwiches and breakfast sausages. So it's taken a couple days to get everybody accustomed to them. After lunch, they do turn into ice cream sandwiches and hot dogs.
So it's kind of like McDonald's. There is a cutoff point, and then sorry, we're not serving breakfast anymore. Oh, okay. No, I'm sorry, sir. That leftover, this is now that. Jason, can you show some enthusiasm down there, please? He's like standing there like somebody just shot his dog. Look at him. He's like all straight. Dude, you were all straight-faced looking like you were all upset about something. You were thinking? You don't do that. We're not paying you to do that. We're paying you to watch and change tires, sir. That's what. Well, I'm not paying you to do that. Somebody is.
Do I? Oh, yeah, but that's fine.
You can come up here and join me if you want. You can rebuke. Feel free. Are you going to take me up on it? Oh, I might not have said that. Jason Moulton from Mickey Thompson's going to come upstairs.
Well, obviously you've got Derek getting Jason to come up there right now with Tom. I was going to say we can do something live down here with Josh while they're doing the cleanups each time if you want to start thinking about that.
So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you that have literally packed the grandstands, I have some information from Tom Bailey that you might have useful. If for whatever reason you can't find a seat in the grandstands on the first half of the track, he said based on his vantage point of the tower, it looks like there might be a couple seats available at the top end. Keep in mind, we did say might. That is not confirmed. Hey, Jason, what's up, buddy? You want to tell me about why so serious down there?
The wheels are just turning. That's all.
The wheels are not turning right now. We're cleaning.
Well, the small gears in my head. So
I didn't see any smoke come out of your ears.
Well, no, that's one of the reasons we come out here. You know, we come out to all these races just to see what we can develop and bring out next for all the racers and all the enthusiasts. So when you're watching what's going on and looking at the track and looking at how the cars perform, it gives you ideas. So the wheels are just turning.
So this is your third track you've been to this week, and obviously every racetrack has had its own unique set of circumstances. We are at Cordova and over 130-degree track temp. Obviously yesterday we had plenty of cloud cover, obviously, so the track temperature I don't think ever became a problem at Byron. We had other issues that we ran into. From being down on the deck and walking around while they were prepping for A and B Group Slick, how's it look so far?
No, the track looks great. I mean, I think this is certainly a good opportunity to go out here and put up some good numbers.
So obviously we could have a lot of one and done so far, and I think our first couple of cars that have gone down have laid down some good numbers. We've seen several 8-second passes so far, so I think when we get to Radial, it might be pretty interesting. And we have everybody sitting here waiting because we've had a bunch of one and dones at Cordova where they packed up and got on the road early.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen some good runs this morning. The Radial cars are coming up, but there's some high caliber racers out here. They're pretty smart. They can look at the track and they know their setups, and I'm excited to see what happens.
So we're going to be on hold here for just a minute while we continue to clean up what's left of the 55 gasser. Looks like they're almost ready. I got somebody staring at me here in the tower besides Jason Moulton and Tom Bailey. So before I get in trouble, I'll get off the mic. I'll be right back on here in just a few minutes.
See another Coldstone 6.6. Make sure you guys check this out. Guys already have a
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag? You know it's a magazine for the drag and drive community. Get over sickthemag.com, subscribe now. It's more like a book than a magazine actually. See you later.
All these great spectators out here at Great Lakes, and again, I have never been here. This is the first time I've ever been to this racetrack, and it is truly inspiring to see all these great people out here. Who we got coming up? How about the Supra? Yeah, the stick shift Supra's coming up left-hand side. You see who we've got coming up right-hand side. Oh, that's Tom McGilton in his coupe. This is the guy that also has the 7-second ZL1 Camaro. McGilton with a nice long smoky burnout out of the little coupe that he has. He said this is his fun car. So for those of you that don't know who Tom McGilton is, Larry Larson got delivered a brand new 2013 model ZL1 Camaro with 40 miles on it. And Tom McGilton said, do what you got to in order to put the big tires underneath the back and a twin-turbo big block Chevy underneath the hood. But I wanted to look factory. From what I've been told, the backup camera still works on it, but they kept the stock hood. It's nearly 2 tons once they stuffed all the cage and everything in it. So this is Tom's fun car, the red coupe over on the right-hand side. Left side is Damon Elf. Damon participated in the sick week deal with us, but he didn't participate that long. He broke the car on the test day. So he's obviously wanted to stay in competition with the 9-second Supra. A little bit of tire spin on the start line for the Supra. But he's got it in third gear, and he is jamming his way towards the finish line left-hand side for Damon. He goes 9:13 at 157. That's a good pass for him. 9:75 at 134 for Tom McGilton's entry. That'll bring up the coverage at Livery Mustang. Tyler Garlock. Garlock has been in the 870 range left-hand side. He'll face the 4-wheel drive Civic of Rob Courtney. Now, for those of you that will automatically say, oh, I'm sure the Mustang will win this one, let me tell you that Civic has been 911 and 915 at 159 miles an hour in the all-wheel drive stick-shift Civic. Now, it will not leave the starting line on the hard to keep the first keep the half-half in it. When you look at after it, look back on it. He wanted to gain 60 foot, so now he's going to start to pour the sauce to it. The Mustang out in front, but the Honda is coming. 926 at 159 for the Honda, 887 at 160 for Tyler Garlock's Mustang. When I say 926 at 159 is the slowest run for Rob Courtney all week, yeah, you might have to kind of do a double take on that one. Courtney's slowest run is 926 in an all-wheel drive Honda. How about your current overall leader based on time slips that have been turned in so far? Now, again, that's unofficial, but Steve Morris right now has a 666 and a 12-second run, so his average is not going to look good on that. This guy right here has run 2 6-second passes. Now, granted, yesterday does not count, but this is Brian Goldstone. Goldstone went 668 on the first day, went 681 yesterday. So Goldstone, the 1973 model AMC Javelin, twin-turbo big block Chevy on board, and this car was completely rebuilt after it flipped on its roof and crashed at the very end of Hot Rod Drag Week. I believe it was either 2019 or 2021, as the car used to be all red with some black graphics on the front of it, and he's inverted the color choice. When he rebuilt this car completely from scratch, at one point they thought it was too far gone to fix it, but he had a bunch of friends jump on board and help him out. Now here's one where the license plate, as far as I'm concerned, is correct. The license plate on this one says, you lose. If you run 660s at 217 miles an hour, that's probably accurate, unless you line up next to a top fueler. All right, so it looks like the call for the CO2 bottle has been answered. We're sending him down to Randy Miller's way. Goldstone building some boost, bumps it in. Green light off, a little bit of tire chatter, 110 60 foot, he pedals his way out of it. Goldstone to the top end of the racetrack, 726 at 198 with both parachutes out. That's not what he wanted, but so far it counts for low ET. So Goldstone with a 1:10 60 foot time, but again, that is nearly 0.6 of a second slow from what he ran on Monday. RJ Camaro for Chris Roscoe, right side. Robert Gruber in the stick shift Pro Charge powered Mustang, left side. 990 at 151 for Gruber. 899 with an 8 on the end of it at 152 for the Camaro. Gruber did the three-wheel hop on Monday and ended up blowing a shock body out of the Mustang. He tried to get the rest of it out but didn't have any luck. He called for a Sawzall, managed to get it fixed, and he did a late-night drive to get it to day number 2. And good to see him fixed and back with us. And it looks like we're waiting on just a little bit of cleanup left-hand side. The old Cutlass of Mike Mackey already doing the burnout and waiting at the ready on the right-hand side. Bruce Hunter Jr., the 1970 model Black Nova, sitting patiently in the water box on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Over 6,000 people watching live online. If anybody said anything to me in the last 5 minutes, I apologize. I've been, my attention has been directed towards the racing surface, so I apologize if anybody said anything in the live chat. So Bruce Hunter Jr. and Mike Mackey now ready to go. Wheels up through the Cutlass. How about that one? And he sets it down nice and pretty right side to the top end. 871 at 155 with the laundry out. And Mike Mackey on a run, 136, 60 foot on the back tires. And Bruce Hunter Jr. was so shocked he let all the gas out of it. They're just going to light it on fire. That'll take care of it. 998 at 133 for Bruce Hunter Jr. in the Nova. Just a beautiful launch there for Mike Mackey. You can go back and watch it on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel as we are right now, and wow, it looked pretty. That was probably a good 2-3 feet in the air, and it just carried it out there, and he hung on to the loud pedal, and it just came down on its own, and he just motored it on about the back door. It was a good wheel stand there. How about Aiden Bailey in the deuce box? The 1957 Chevy station wagon, sitting on the right-hand side of the racetrack. The left-hand side is Dean Anderson. Anderson in the 79 model Malibu, who joined us for Sick Week. As it looks like we've got a little bit of cleanup work to go, so. Joey Berry, who basically gave up sleeping for a week. I don't know if he willingly did it, but I think Aiden might have beat him into submission to do it, as the 57 Chevy was nowhere near finished. The first time the car was fired was Sunday night at 11:40 at night. You go, wait a second, what about tech? Well, he went through tech inspection, but the car never started. The wiring wasn't finished on it yet. I believe he made it through tech before 11 a.m. on Sunday and then pulled the car to a nearby shop. As a matter of fact, I think it went to Motion Raceworks, and they basically thrashed on it to get the wiring done. He came out to make a pass on Monday at Cordova, and the trans brake didn't work, and neither did reverse. So Aiden is still kind of thrashing with the deuce box, but he did stage the car under power, so he is in competition. He's got a 21-second time, but he is still in competition. So I believe we are down for possible track prep just to clean up the left side a little bit. I believe that's what we're on hold for. So Aiden Bailey in the deuce box. For those of you that may have followed the former S-Box of Doom. Even though Tom gave me the all clear to cuss on the air, I don't think I'm going to be able to say it. So the S-Box of Doom that was Aiden's former ride, unfortunately it crashed at the end of SIG Week 2022. He got some water underneath the tires at the top end of the racetrack, and it got on its roof and got damaged badly enough that that body couldn't be saved. So Tom and Aiden started looking for a replacement. At one point, I think they bought a 1956 Pontiac wagon, but they found that it was a little too rotten. Yeah, they actually had standards on that one. But then they find this wagon, and ironically, same year as the previous wagon, same aqua-colored paint on it. Now, granted, this one has a lot less paint. It has a lot more.
You know, 6th summer 2023. Let's just take a car all the way from Michigan, drag it to Illinois, and we'll drag it over here to Wisconsin. And I mean, what the hell, Hayden? I mean, dude, you got to be pumped up, but also at the same time, just dog tired.
Yeah, it's been a lot of work. I mean, we didn't get the car running until Sunday night. Made a pass Monday. Was 21. Boost cutoff was in it, so every 5 seconds it would cut ignition. That my boost was on. Thought we figured it, or we did figure it out. We hope. Went to go make a pass yesterday. I was next up, and then it rained out. So now we're here. We think we got most of our issues figured out. Just gonna make finally a shakedown pass and make sure everything's good with the chassis and me and body and everything before I go make a full pass. But
well, I saw you earlier this morning. You were over there near the gear vendor drive trailer. You guys having any powertrain issues, or just kind of sneaking up on things, making sure everything's good?
No, just everything seems good so far. I mean, I kicked the gear vendor on the way here, going 90 at 3,000 RPM, so everything seems to be working pretty good. But
well, Hayden, you know, I mean, I drive too, and man, it's kind of weird for me to be sitting over on this side of the car, but I'm thinking about going back to the trailer and getting my fire suit, and you and me will just make a lick here. What do you think?
There you go. I mean, I'm down. Let's go.
Folks, Aiden Bailey, kid's got a smile on his face, but man, they're just dog tired. They've killed themselves all week. I'm going to kind of hang out here for a few minutes, and they're going to get the racetrack cleaned up, and I don't know, Hayden, I fit pretty good. We'll see what's on the racetrack. Back to you guys in the tower.
And it looks like I see water going down in the water box, so it looks like we're getting closer to going back. All right, so the reds have been turned off. And it looks like we are going to at least get Mr. Dean Anderson's Malibu back in the water. I don't know if Aiden is getting the car put back together. I didn't say Hayden with an H, I said Aiden. Maybe you heard the H. Oh, did he? Oh, okay. So Aiden, your name now is Hayden. We've changed it. That's the quickest he can run. He goes 8:52 with a 0 at 160. That's a good lap considering that the class he's running, you can't run quicker than 8.500. So Anderson, a good pass there. 8.20. So the deuce box coming out of the burnout box, and this is 100% improvement. It has reverse now. It didn't have reverse on Monday, so we're making baby steps. How cool is it to be able to compete in a twin turbocharged 57 Chevy wagon? You're getting staged by the son of Joe Barry with the 56 Creamsicle Chevy. and your dad is standing behind you, backing you up into your own track. So Aiden Bailey, who I mentioned earlier, only took the tree away to a 1 second pass. So 2 minutes here. That sounds like it's starting to give it a little bit more throttle now. 113 miles an hour at the 8th mile and coast across at a 12:07 at 93 miles an hour. That's a 9-second improvement from Monday. So again, all about baby steps. So Aiden Bailey going 12:07 at 93 miles an hour. Not sure if we're going to see him back around for another one or not. He might just be happy with the one. John Ferrone coming back with the Aussie Charger. He had some problems building boost in the car on his last run. And it went in 73 at 175. That's well off his 780 pass that he ran on Monday. And we'll see if he can figure it out here. This is his 3rd burnout. He lost the belts on the first one. Then went back to the area behind the burnout box, got it fixed, and came right back for his 2nd shot. Looks like Cameron Alley is coming up next in the water box, and Aaron Gerke sitting behind John Ferrone. Ferrone, again, out of Australia, the right-hand drive Charger RT. He's looking for something that starts with a 7. He's trying to build boost in it. Sounds a little better now. Most people would have pedaled, but Ferrone hanging in there. Top end says 789 at 179, matching his run from Monday, and that is a big improvement for John Ferrone. He'll probably take that run. Good run there for the Aussie Charger. Again, matching his time from Monday, even though it shook the tires good out of the gate and it was deep stage, so probably knocked a good 1/10 of a second off his ET, but still got it in the 7s, and that's probably what he wanted. I'm sure he didn't want to turn in an 873. So once again, our next 2 cars, Aaron Gerke in the 94 Ranger, the purple car on the left side, and Cameron Alley in the 6 Summer 2023 branded Mustang. It's almost as if Tom made a favor call, because that Mustang almost looks like sick orange. I'm not sure it was done completely on purpose, but it looks good. So Aaron Gerke, left-hand side. This is a stick shift 94 Ranger. Ladies and gentlemen, notice the parachute on the back? Well, he's going to do a gender reveal on this pass, as Aaron Gerke and his significant other are expecting a new one to join their clan, and he is going to drop the parachute at the top end. We'll see whether it's a boy or a girl. Meanwhile, he's going to jam the gears to get there, and Cameron Alley going to be out in front. Alley goes 853 at 159. Gerke, and he's going to have a girl as he drops the laundry to go 1072 at 127. A big congratulations to Aaron Gerke. He will have a baby girl. And it looks like one of the bags of confetti was left at the top end, so we're going to have to go fetch that. He tried to let the smoke out and only let out half of it. The other one's sitting down there waiting. So once again, a big hand to Aaron Gerke, and congratulations on your new baby girl. Meanwhile, the internet will go ablaze on the fact that you made us wait to run the next car down the racetrack. No, actually, so far the internet has been congratulations. I appreciate everybody jumping on board. That is really cool. I've seen the obvious burnout gender reveal, now the parachute gender reveal. That's pretty cool. So yeah, his first child. And he looked like a very proud papa when he came up to the tower this morning to let me know about it. We were about to say we were going to go hot, and then the gender bag got dropped just past half track. That's not how you do a gender reveal. So over 6,300 people watching live online Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. We thank you all for joining us. I believe that we are just about done with the A and B Group Slick Tire lane. Looks like we're going to go to A and B Group Radial here in just a minute. So actually, A and B Group Slick Tire lanes, your lanes are now closed. A and B Group Slick Tires, your lanes are now closed. A and B Group Radial is about ready to come out. This will be our last Slick Tire car. And then we are going to prep for Radial. So ladies and gentlemen, this will be our last Slick Tire car, and then we will prep for Radials. This is Tom Llewellyn. Llewellyn's still battling transmission and clutch issues. This car's gone over 140 miles an hour, which should put it in the 9s, but he's had both transmission trouble trying to get it into second gear. He said it was sticky, and then he's been working on clutch issues. 159 60 foot. I believe that's the best one I've seen from him this week. This could be a 10-second pass. 10:27 at 146 with a parachute out. Good run there for Tom Llewellyn. So that will wrap up the A and B Group Slick Tire class. So, ladies and gentlemen, you got a few minutes to stretch your legs while we get the prep laid down for Radials. Just make sure that you keep your ears on, because the Radial group is about ready to go, and I've got Cletus McFarland at the front of the quarantine lane number 2, so he should be out in the not too distant future, but you do have at least 5 minutes while we get everything prepped here. And I believe that we are going to have an interview now online of John Ferrone with the Aussie Charger, all right, who just made the 789 pass. So, again, to everybody that is watching live and online, over now 6,500 people strong, thank you so much for joining us and working, quote-unquote, on a Wednesday here at Great Lakes Dragaway. Again, for all the people that are in the stands, you've got yourself a few minutes to wander around. Go grab yourself something good to eat or drink. As we mentioned, the bar is open, so why not? And you can go and visit the Sick the Mag trailer. There is no line over there right now. Grab yourself some Sick merchandise, including the Great Lakes Dragaway t-shirt. They're gone?
Sick Summer 2023. During Sick Week, we talk about the domination of the Swedes. Sick Summer 2023 gets a guy that missed out on Sick Week because they had his car in a container. Dave Ferrone, let's talk about what's going on and you being here at Sick Summer 2023.
It's been pretty stressful because the car's been held up in customs and at a shipping yard, and it took me like a lot longer than I thought to actually get the car. I got it 2 days before this event, and I had tyres and brakes to fix, and they were last minute decisions that I had to fix them, and I've been run off my feet, like staying up all night fixing brakes. And we had some tyres fitted at Eric Yost's, and we put a bigger radiator in it at Eric Yost, and that's all I've had time to do. I wanted to rebuild the shocks, and as you can see, the quarter panel over there, I've just damaged that because that shock's bottoming out. We're trying to get one from Strange, and we'll see what happens.
Dave, okay, so you're from Australia, you're over here, you've been through a lot of hot rod drag weeks. It's not like this is your first jump on the trampoline. What is it that keeps bringing you from Australia back to the United States to compete in these drag and drive competitions?
Just the camaraderie between all the people. There's no jealousy here, I find, and everyone likes to help each other out, and there's no sort of malice in anything. That's what really brings me back. And then the street driving and getting together at the checkpoints and talk and have a couple of beers and stuff like that. So I really like that stuff.
Well, there's one thing that Australians know how to do, and that's drink beer.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm not drinking too much right now because I'm trying to keep this thing on the road. You know what I mean?
Hey, we like that.
Stay out of jail.
Stay out of jail. Now, Dave, people have been talking all week, it's only Wednesday, about these burnouts you're doing.
That's desperation to try and see if I can get some traction because I'm not hearing the tyres actually squeal and grip. So I'm probably overdoing them a little bit now, so I'll settle down a bit, you know. The last one wasn't too bad, was it? Wasn't too big.
Well, Dave, I'm a drag racer. The best part of drag racing, making a run, is the burnout.
I'm trying to also clean the plugs because I've been driving all night on pump gas. The plugs are a bit foul, so I'm just trying to clean them out. I'm too lazy to change them. Just trying to save myself some work.
Hey, folks, right here, Sick Summer 2023, we got Australian. He's doing burnouts. He's doing, and I don't know, did y'all catch, he just name dropped Eric Yost. Look at you. You're back there in North Carolina. You got your guy out here dropping names for you. Stay tuned. The Aussie, he'll do another burnout. Back to you guys on the track.
I guarantee you, your brakes don't spin like this. Get you some TBMs and they might.
Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to touch the racetrack up for the A and B Radial group, and we're getting closer to going into our next session of the fast cars, as we just finished slick. So again, laying down a little bit more rubber, as the drag radial cars tend to tear away at the starting line compared to slick tire cars that help us to keep the groove. And they also use a little bit more, they would prefer a little bit more glue, so that's why we're changing things around. 7,200 people live on the Tom Bailey YouTube stream, and we appreciate each and every one of you jumping on board to be part of it. Thank you so much. So now people are starting to make guesses at what they think Cletus is going to run in mullet. And I will tell you, as soon as the racetrack is hot, that Cletus will be the first car down. I went and asked him what he thought it was going to run. He said 685. That's what he thinks it should run, 685. Now, he predicted he would run 681 on the first day, and their first pass they went up with, he said, a tune-up that would go A to B, and he went 692 at 217. 685 is what he predicted. Right now, the chill mode than it is right now. I mean, the biggest thing that he's worried about is not only putting down a good time, but he wants to make sure that the car can make it to the next racetrack. So right behind Cletus on the live stream, you notice the 1964 Triumph Spitfire. That's Timothy Blythe. Blythe and I were talking yesterday when we were driving the route. We went through a little two-lane road at about 25 miles an hour, and we had 3 deer run in front of Timothy's car, and he said he missed one by about 5 feet. Now the question is what it would have done more damage to, the Triumph or the deer? But Timothy has been on both of our sick weeks. And the car first showed up, it was in, I believe, the 11s. It was a naturally aspirated LS. And then between 2022 and 2023, he put a full 25.1 SFI spec chassis under the car and added the turbos into it. And this thing has been in the bottom 8s. So it is a truly unique ride. And he is running in the unlimited category. The question is whether it would have hit the car or hit the turbos, and whether he has turbo guards on it. Timothy went 841 at 168 on Monday. I believe that currently puts him in 3rd in Unlimited. As we have a lot more cars in the 9 and 10 second range here this week. Again, first time we're doing 6 summer. Floor time slip, and that's because of cage restrictions. So continuing to lay down the traction prep and then a little bit of additional rubber after it. Somebody just said missing a deer in Wisconsin is like getting $1 on a scratch-off. It's not that lucky. Well, I guess I'm not that lucky either. I had a deer actually hit me when I left Gainesville Raceway last year, so I guess maybe some people are luckier than others. No, it was not a big dog. I got Warren and crew standing behind me making smart comments, which is how I know I'm loved. Your friends make fun of you if they like you. Dude hit a deer here, went through the windshield and decapitated the driver. Deer went all the way through and tore off the tailgate. I don't know, do we call that a successful dismount? Is that how that would be called? I'm not sure. Or he completed the job. Yeah, definitely not the driver. I'm talking about the deer. Florida deer are like small dogs. I would disagree with that. At least the ones in North Florida are pretty decent sized. No, Cletus has not run yet. Everybody drink. Oh, wait, no, the wording is, has Cletus run yet? Now everybody can drink. So for those of you that are wondering what I'm talking about, in several group chats on Facebook, as well as the chat room board on the live stream, it's not uncommon for somebody or multiple people to come up with words of the day. And what happens is when the word or phrase of the day comes out, people drink. And at times I've worried that it was going to be alcohol poisoning. For those of you that remember Sick Week, pickle. Adam Dory remembers that one, to the point where after I had said it 3 times and realized that then people had taken 3 shots, I referred to the cucumber in special sauce to avoid the drinking. So as we continue to get serpentine belt out of the burnout in the car, and somebody picked it up and put it in the middle of the racetrack for him to come pick it up, and then somebody else grabbed it, and it's not somebody with him or his crew. So if you mistakenly picked up a serpentine belt, I think Aaron would really like to have that back to be able to get to the next racetrack. Because I believe all the accessories work better if they actually turn. Is that correct? Okay. I just wanted to verify. I didn't want to assume. For those of you that are live and online, checking out all the great people that have come out here to join us at Great Lakes Dragaway, all the folks that are in the grandstands, we're showing you live online, and it is truly a huge turnout, and we appreciate each and every one of you. Like I said, this is our biggest crowd of the week. We had a decent turnout at Cordova. Byron did bring him in yesterday, but so far, Great Lakes, you are easily in the lead for all of our spectators. So give yourself a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Where's Don O'Neill? I know he was down there somewhere. Don, thanks for giving me the tips on how to talk to the audience and make them respond to what I say. Because he made it look like he had that first section of grandstands literally in his pocket. He made them cheer on demand. Of course, he also had a camera pointed at him, so that kind of helps. Over 6,000 people sitting on the live stream as we wait to go back to action. Is fresh track prep better or worse to be first down the track? Guessing better. Yeah, normally if it's a radial car specifically, the fresh prep is better. Now the only thing is again, the longer we get into the day, the warmer the track is going to get. And you do reach a point where the track starts to get soft and or greasy. Like on Monday when we were at Cordova, it got over 130 degrees, and that means you have to change your tune-up and how much power you can put into it at certain points of the racetrack. You may also have to do some suspension adjustments. As Jason Moulton from Mickey Thompson Tires told us, sometimes just dropping a pound or two out of the tires will help a lot. It just depends on what your particular setup is. All right, drivers in the lanes, suit up, please. Drivers in the lanes, suit up, please. I have just gotten the call over the radio. Drivers in the lanes, suit up, please. Drivers in the lanes, suit up, please. All right, so Cletus McFarland, ladies and gentlemen, coming to the water box. Everybody, please make sure you stay on the sides or in the middle behind the guardrails. We do not want to have anybody get hurt while we bring Cletus to the water box as we do our final drag, as he is waiting on the left side of the racetrack. So for those of you that are not on the fence or in the grandstand, go ahead and get yourself there now, as we're going to do, it looks like, one more sweep with the tractor. And then Cletus McFarland in mullet is going to make our first pass on Radial prep. Looks like Greg Edwards in the Camaro is going to be behind him. And Timothy Blythe in the little 64 Triumph Spitfire will be alongside of him. That's an interesting matchup. So once again, the final pass being done by the tractor right now. As soon as we... So, ladies and gentlemen, as I already mentioned, we got Summer Box here in just a little bit. Cletus McFarland next, and EJ in the Chevy Gasser, as well as several more 6, 7, and 8 second capable hot rods will come up. We have been given the word to fire them. Cletus McFarland rolling into the water box. And Timothy Blythe will roll up right side. Again, the great thing about Drag and Drive, it does bring out some very, very cool and unique hot rods. All right, everybody's in the grandstand. Sounds like a good time to do this. For all of you that want to see Cletus McFarland knock down a 6-second pass in the El Camino, can I get a hell yeah, brother, on 3? 1, 2, 3. All right. That's how we get it going. Timothy Blythe in the 64 Triumph Spitfire, the twin-turbo LS-powered hot rod on the right side, and Cletus McFarland, the mullet 86 El Camino, the Steve Morris-powered big block. He's left side. He gets close to the right side, steers it away from the wall. Here he goes, 687 at 216. Put your hands together for Cletus McFarland. He said he was going to run 685, goes 687 at 216 and change. And 814 at 164, a big improvement for Timothy Blythe in the Triumph Spitfire. So Cletus McFarland with the quickest and fastest pass of the day so far. And we will go to our next pair. Andy Cook and Greg Edwards. Cook in the little 26 by 8.5 inch small 235 tire hot rod, the 2005 GTO right side. He's currently the Rowdy Radial leader. He will race Greg Edwards. Edwards in the beautiful sunset orange metallic Camaro on the left side of the racetrack. Finish line left side, 8:11 at 174 for Greg Edwards. A 5:23 at 139 for Andy Cook. That is a good run. It'll keep him well in the game on Rowdy Radial. I believe that is his quickest or second quickest pass of the day, of the week. So the twin-turbo big block Camaro. And it looks like EJ trying to get the gasser into gear. So EJ, the Gaelic, and the Camaro. EJ off the starting line, and the Camaro heading down right side. 5:20 at the 8th mile, looking for a set. Here comes one of our LS Swap Your Spare Motor. The new hashtag that is caught on with about 3 people. No, I'm not kidding. This is the second vehicle on the week that has had problems with the initial motor they started with and has swapped in a backup. Left-hand side is David Deal, Nick and David Deal, the 7-second LS turboed Mustang. looking for another 7 here today. David behind the wheel, his brother Nick cheering him on. Right-hand side is CJ Durbin. Durbin took out the 408 and put in the 4.8 liter. And unfortunately, Deal lights the tires up. The pickup truck goes 673 at 104 to the 8th mile. And that will keep him in the game at least. As CJ Durbin again took out a 408 cubic inch LS motor and put in a 4.3 or 4.8 just to stay in the game. Dino Rebeletti in the Malibu and Devin Vanderhoof coming up left side. Malibu. He is in the K class, which means he is looking Vanderhoof. Now Devin is standing behind the car. Josh Davis behind the wheel. This is the car that on the 235 Radial at Sick Week went 459 to the 8th mile and 712 at 206 miles an hour on a little 26 by 8.5 tire. They've got it on the 275s. Devin says these are the medium size. The throttle, 917 at just 100 miles an hour. So that is not the number that Josh and Devin wanted. 917 at 100 even. And 927 at 143 for Dino Rebeletti right side. So we will see Devin and Josh come back, as the drop top Mustang should be about 2 seconds and some change quicker than that. How about Clark Rosenstengel, the 2010 model, Steve Morris powered Camaro. This car has been over 200 miles an hour this week already. He's facing Brian Crane in the stick shift SVT Cobra. Cobra's been in the 870 range. Clark's looking for something in 370. Chatters the tires. Josh Norris Sr. and Kevin Fenstead next. Ford versus Chevy as we roll our next pair out of the water. Can you guess which one is naturally aspirated? Josh Norris, the 67 high wind and small block Nova with the Hillborn injection popping out of the hood on the right side. He should be in the high 9s. Kevin Fenstead, the small block Ford powered with the blow-through carburetor over on the left side. He should be in the 880 range. Beautiful nice shot here for Norris. Keith Fenstead already around him in the Fairmont. And to the finish line they go. 880 with a 9 on the end of it at 157 for Fenstead. 981 at 136 for Josh Norris's wheel standing Nova. Here comes a couple of cars that are also looking for that 850 magic range. Tim Flanders and Travis Larson. Larson is currently leading the K class. He went 8.508 on Monday. Just 8 thousandths of a second away from a perfect pass. He'd like to duplicate it here. He faces Tim Flanders. Flanders in the Avalanche Gray 1986 four-eyed Mustang with the tailpipes on it. Coyote underneath the hood for his power plant. Flanders right side. Travis Larson left side. And Larson goes 866 with a 4, 860 with a 9 for Tim Flanders. Not bad passes for either of them, but they're about a tenth of a second off what they'd like to run. So we'll probably see them both back. So the Barra-powered Ford Fairmont next. The only Barra-powered hot rod, and you'll hear it in the burnout box when he does it. You'll say, that doesn't sound like a V8. It sounds a couple cylinders short of a V8. And Sean Smythe, not Smith, Smythe, in the Lexus SC400 LS swapped hot rod over on the right-hand side. I gave him a little bit of a hard time on Monday. I said, I really wish you would have had all 4 Lexus wheels on it. It would be the perfect sleeper. And he goes, yeah, unfortunately, I can't run them on the front. It hits all the turbo piping. So that's why he has the skinny front wheels and tires on it. And actually, all the carbon fiber on the front of it probably gives it away, too. So, license plate says Rowdy SC, as I'm sure nobody ever considered a Lexus running in the 9s. Do you hear the Ford Fairmont come out of the burnout box and you say, that sounds like a herd of angry bees? That is an Aussie Barra 6-cylinder powered Fairmont. Notice the one big tailpipe coming out of it. Yeah, why not? The Barra powered hot rod. So his real name is Alfonso Novello, but he told me yesterday, call him Fonzie. I said, you get a black leather jacket, I'll do so. So Fonzie left side, Sean Smythe right side. Off the starting line they go. 129 on the 60-foot for the Barra-powered Fairmont. Looking for the 9-second range, and he's going to get it with authority. 953 at 138 for the Fairmont. 995 at 139 for Sean Smythe and the Lexus. Bill Schwartz and Mike Ramars. The Chevelle of Schwartz goes 981 at 117, a little bit of smoke out of the top end. 972 at 139 for the 2011 Shelby of Mike Ramars. Bill Schwartz also subscribing to the LS Swap Your Spare Engine. He was the first guy to do it. Apparently CJ Durbin liked it and he did it too. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen, getting a couple of things handled up here in the tower. We are back to action. I missed one pair, my apologies. Here comes the LS Swapped 240 Nissan of Jeremy Ortiz doing his first drag and drive, and Mark Major, the beautiful 1967 Wheels Up Chevelle. Ortiz is looking for something with 8.50 on the time slip. Goes 8:59 with a 9 at the end of it at 162. It's not a bad pass. He probably would like to knock about 900s more off of it. 976, 137 for Mark Major's wheel standing Chevelle.
859.
859. 900. What did you tell us last night?
Live stream is over 4,500 people strong right now. All right, so the lanes are still open for A and B radial, A and B group radial cars. If you can turn them around within a reasonable time frame, we still have them open for you right now. So far, nobody has run really close to the 8.50 limited classes except for Dean Anderson. I believe he went 8:52. Here comes our next pair, Eric Wigan in the 66 Le Mans Pontiac and Andrew Heinstead in the Ford Fairmont. Wheels up left side for the Fairmont. Actually, I believe that might be a Mercury. I've got to make sure I announce it correctly. Nope, it's a Fairmont. 993 with a 7 at the end at 132 for Andrew. 1098 and 122 for Eric. That Triumph is a track issue. I'm sure it's a handful to drive. I will say that, but Timothy seems to always have fun with it. This is his third drag and drive he's done with us. Eric Burrows, the 88 model Monte Carlo coming up next right side, and Kenneth Zellner. Zellner in the 4th gen F-body left side. Look at the wheel stand on the Monte Carlo. Down it bounces. He never got off the loud pedal. Wow. Eric is going to need an underwear check. 892 at 154 and an 877 at 151. But ladies and gentlemen, I think Eric Burrows deserves a little bit of applause for that one. He never, ever got off the throttle and got on the rear bumper, slammed it down, and never took his foot off of it. He got more miles than an airline pilot on that run. Here comes our next pair, Holly Fuller and Jeremy Howe. Fuller in the 1993 Olds Cutlass, 410 cubic inches of Oldsmobile on board with a 102 millimeter turbo. Yeah, you can lose small children in that size. Jeremy Howe in the Fox Body Mustang. It's a stick shift, but with a GT350 5.2 flat plane crankcase motor. It's going to sound weird. He pedals it. Whoa, hang on to it there, Jeremy. And still back into it again. 826 at 178 for Jeremy Howe. He didn't go a quarter mile. He went about 1,400 feet on that lap. 1128 at 134 for Holly Fuller. Terry Miller in the naturally aspirated 1982 Pontiac Firebird comes up next right side. Left side is Kevin New. New in the everything paints orange 1967 model Chevy Camaro. Yeah, this was the popular trend back in the 80s and 90s where they basically de-chromed everything and painted it all body color. So New in the Camaro left side. Miller in the Firebird right side. On the starting line. The naturally aspirated right has the lead and still keeps it all the way to the finish line. 861 at 158 for the Pontiac, 887 154 for Kevin New. That'll bring up Michael Lennerson. Lennerson in the 1987 model Mustang GT. That's the gotta have it green car. I call it Slimer green. Left-hand side of the racetrack. Right side is Jimmy Reinhardt. Reinhardt at the wheel of his buddy's 1972 model Chevy Nova. The Nova with the single turbo LS swap and the dog dish hubcaps on board. A little bit of a sleeper action going, but it's been 920s. Let's see what he lays down right here. Left side gets bumped in. Right side gets bumped in. Green light on. Nice little wheel steer there for Jimmy Reinhardt. Mustang trying to stay with him. Reinhardt out in front, but lets the Mustang back around. 904 at 150, 919 at 144. Side by side, 9-second passes for Michael Lennerson and Jimmy Reinhardt. How about the Mean Nova? Formerly the Deerslayer Nova, 1972 model Chevy Nova of Michael Pryka. Michael and his son Mike Jr. out doing the tour for the second time. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, this is the ex-Deerslayer Nova as he collected one of the Florida-sized deer, leaving Gainesville on Sick Week 2022. The car comes here with less than a dozen runs on it since it was put back together less than 2 weeks ago. Should be good for high nines on the motor. 12-to-1 compression, small block LS, 418 cubic inch power plant. He'll race the 8-second car of Tony Karamacitos. The 69 Camaro has been in the bottom 8 so far. Let's see what he does right here. 65 for Tony, 978 for Pryka. That matches his best pass of the week so far. Here comes our next pair. A pair of Chevy Novas. One of them the 3rd gen, one of them a 1st gen. Yeah, if you want useless car trivia, I'll give you some right here. 1st gen was built from 1962 to 1965. Jerry Niesel, I need to find out if it's Kniesel because it has a K at the front, but it might be silent. The 1962 model Chevy 2. He's left side. Keith LeCower on the right side, the 69 model Nova. He does the wheel stand and the car gets a little crooked on him there, but he's gathered it up and back on the pedal. Both of them kind of off their earlier paces. They've both been much quicker than this. 11:27 and 1:22 left side, 12:21 and just 90 right side, as I think both of them are saving the parts and pieces and they'll come back around for their next run. All right, so once again, we are nearing the end of our A and B Group Radial cars. A and B Group Radial cars, if you would like to make a second pass, we're going to close the lanes here shortly, so you need to come back around in a hurry. Mike Chenoweth in the 1970 Plymouth Meeting Roadrunner right side, and the late model Whipple Supercharged LS-powered Camaro of Matt Frederick. Show quality Chevy Camaro left side, looking for 9s, and gets an 893 at 151. That's what he said he wanted. There's his shot right there. 893 at 151 for Matt Frederick, 945 at 150 for the Deer Slayer Roadrunner. Yeah, that's the one I talked about earlier that unfortunately had a deer come over the retaining wall at the shutdown area at a racetrack. And I'm sure he wasn't expecting it, so needless to say, unfortunately, he didn't get on the brakes quick enough. That'll bring up Dwayne Roll and Scott Klebinger. Klebinger in the 3rd gen jet, 1986 model Chevy Camaro. This car has been on several drag and drives, like I have to take out 2 hands to count them. It is a late model LS single turbo Camaro. Has been in the high 7s, but I believe he should be in the low 8s here this week. Rolling the 82 Mustang will stage up left side. Both of them off the starting line good. 122.60 foot for Dwayne Roll left side. 771 at 178 for Roll. 839 at 166 for Scott Klebinger. The rotary-powered 1988 Mazda RX-7 of Michael Janusek coming up next, right side. And Randy Miller in the turbocharged 78 Monte Carlo. Hopefully he found himself a CO2 bottle. And a little bit of what looks like, whoa, hang on to it there, as Michael tried to get it back into gear. And also Randy Miller having problems pulling over to the side. 12:56 at just 57 miles an hour, as we had a couple of trouble-plagued runs on that one. As Janusek came off the starting line, had a little bit of debris come out of the back of the car, and then tried to get back into it in what looked like second gear, and when the boost came in, it kicked the rear end sideways. He very wisely stepped off the loud pedal to save the parts and pieces. Randy Miller, on the other hand, was on his way to a decent run, but then the Monte Carlo had issues, and he slows to a 12:56. So it looks like Randy Miller is still on the racetrack, so we're going to shut him off here for just a minute. So once again, over 4,700 live on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel as we do a pan shot of all the people in the grandstands. Randy Fuller and Rich Belmont sitting at the ready in the water box. The Pontiac-powered Pro-Charged Pontiac 69 Firebird sits left side, and the pickup truck known as Bad Bad Leroy Brown sits over right-hand side. So I have been told that Randy Miller unfortunately pitched the drive shaft out of the Monte Carlo. So we are checking the top end to see if any fluid came with it or if it's just parts and pieces. So, ladies and gentlemen, the report from the top end is good in the fact that we have no fluid down. Pick up the parts and pieces from the drive shaft exiting without rhyme or reason. Josh Davis at the wheel coming back for another shot. So we still have several cars that are coming back for another crack at the racetrack. They didn't get the time slip that they necessarily wanted on their first shot, so they're going to try again here. And then shortly we will close the rear of A and B group Radial, and then we will switch over to the C group. So C group, you are on standby. I haven't called you yet. C group, you are on standby. I have not called you yet, but will shortly. C group, I have not called you yet, but will shortly, so please be at the ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the report from the top end is we are all clear. So we're just going to do a little bit of track prep, and then we're going to be right back underway. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been told that Brett Kepner, yes, the statistician and drag racing historian himself, has been watching online. So, Brett, thank you so much for tuning in. Actually, I forgot the most important thing. He is also an International Drag Racing Hall of Fame member. He joined the Don Garlett's International Drag Racing Hall of Fame last year. And for those of you that have been around drag racing for any longer than I want to say 7 or 8 years, more than likely you have either seen or heard from the effects of Brett Kepner, the guy who has done pretty much everything from statistician to helping conceive classes, reporting on the early days of IHRA and NHRA. And we appreciate you joining us online, Mr. Kepner. It's always good to hear from you, sir. I have been told that Brett Kepner actually started at Great Lakes Dragaway, and if he's watching, I guess I'll have to watch and see if that's confirmed true or not. You know, the internet's always right, so they'll tell me. Okay, so we've already had a motor swap. So hopefully this one will, hopefully my next parts request will be a little easier to satisfy. So Bill Schwartz in the 1969 model Chevelle, yeah, that's the one that the two cars that I've told you that is already on the motor that they didn't start with. By the way, did you see CJ Durbin's trying to steal y'all's thunder? He actually swapped his motor out too, so the hashtag LS swap your spare engine is going to gain fame and fortune in the near future. So unfortunately, Bill Schwartz now needs a 5.3 liter cylinder head. They've said they found the gasket. Thank goodness you found the head gasket, but now they need a head. He's pretty sure that they've torched it on their 10-second pass they ran earlier today. So if you have a head, I don't think someone's going to have one in their car more than likely, but or carrying one around. But chances are, if you have one or know where you can locate one within reason, I'm sure Bill Schwartz and his crew would love to talk to you. So the red with white striped 69 Chevelle that is in the pit area, if you want to go find them, where are you guys located? By the drift pad. Okay. Somebody said, wow, Schwartz is having a trying week for sure. Yeah, but they're not giving up yet. They're still trying. That either means they got some screws loose upstairs or they have a lot of determination and grit, or maybe a little of both. They got a long way home. That's right. You guys are from Florida, right? Iowa. That's right. Oh, sorry. Wrong direction. Yeah, wrong direction. I'm mixing you up with Mark Manor, who is from Florida. Same Chevelle, 1 year different. So once again, if you have access to or know where we can locate a 5.3-liter LS cylinder head, thankfully they found the head gasket. Like I said, I was worried about that, but he confirmed immediately they found the head gasket. Bill Schwartz with the red and white 69 Chevelle that is located by the skid pad would love to talk to you. They'd like to continue to day number 4. They have a 10-second pass, so they're still in competition for today, but they might be thrashing on it. So we will let you know. Hopefully we get somebody to send that over that way. If somebody on the live stream chat knows where we can locate one here in Wisconsin within reason, obviously feel free to jump on board and tell us, and I'll relay the message. Tell, yeah, I'll get your contact information. I was going to say, please tell Bill to keep his head up. So we're going to go back to action here in just a minute. Michael Puckett in the wagon goes 967 at 138, 972 at 136 for Randy Fuller's pickup truck. Attention in the pits, if anybody has a jump box, Rich Bellman with the 69 Firebird can use it. Once again, if anybody in the pits has a jump box, Rich Bellman in the 69 Firebird could use it right about now, as I believe he is stranded right behind the burnout box left side of the racetrack. So again, if anybody has a jump box, Rich Bellman in the 69 Firebird, car number 148, could use it. Dino Rebeletti and Josh North. North in the wheel standing small block Chevy Nova. Rebeletti in the Malibu left side. Dino out front. Dino gets there first, 897, 149. 976, 137 for Josh Norris, Sr. How about this? We're going to pair up the Mustangs that ran each other last time. Right here for another shot. Both of them looking for 8.50. Last time they went 860 and 866, so they're about a tenth and a half slow. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I'll take my C group to lanes 4 and 5, please. C group to lanes 4 and 5, please. Travis Larson left side. Tim Landers right side. The turbocharged pair of Fox Body Mustangs for the finish line. Can they run faster than they did last time? 863 right side. 856 for Travis Larson, so both of them have improved, but not as much as they would have liked to. So Flanders improves from the 866 to an 863. Travis Larson improves from the 860 to the 856. Once again, I need my C group. C is in Charlie. To the lanes, please. C group, I need you to the lanes, please. Radial A and B group, your lanes will close in 7 minutes. Radial A and B group, your lanes will close in 7 minutes. So Fonzie Novello in the Baramont, I have been told to pronounce it. Not the Fairmont, the more uncommonly known Baramont. Given to it for the single tailpipe in the Barra power plant. Devin Vanderhoof coming back in the convertible drop-top Mustang with Josh Davis behind the wheel of his hot rod. He's looking for something that starts with a 6. They're both bumped in and ready. Now they're bumped in and ready. And once again, the Mustang knocks the tires off just past the 60-foot. Josh is about his foot back in it again. And goes 909 at just 119, 940 at 132. So this is really the first time we've ever seen Devin's car slightly on the struggle bus. Normally his car is a one and done, but a pair of 9-second time slips is not what he wants. Fonzie goes 940 at 132 in the Baramont. So on the live stream, I'm seeing some people talking about Michael Westberg, who was our champion of Sick Week. And the truck was actually sold before he staged it for Sick Week. It was for sale for a little while. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he has replaced it. There was actually a story that came out where he purchased another car, and the driveline out of the S10 was going in it, but I don't believe it's something he's going to ship to the United States. He said how expensive it was, and he's not going to do that again, at least not in the near future. Mark Major and Mike Ramirez. Ramirez in the 2011 model Shelby goes 978 at 138, 967, 136 for the 67 show quality Chevelle. Speaking about 67 Chevelles, we'll bring up another one. This is Corey Thompson. Thompson in the twin-turbo LS-powered 67 Chevelle. Looking resto fresh if he just took the parachute away and put some modern wheels, or put some Steely wheels on it. Wouldn't have any idea that this car went 775 on Monday. Sure doesn't look like it runs that quick, but it has. It went 787 yesterday. So the 67 Chevelle, right-hand side. Left-hand side is Kevin New. New coming back around for his second shot in the all-orange all the time 67 Chevrolet Camaro. He ran in the high 8s on his last pass, but right now he's on his second leg. Corey Thompson on his first one. So we'll see if the Chevelle can once again light the boards in under 8 seconds. Oh, a little bit of tire chatter there for Corey Thompson, and that's going to cost him in the ET department. 812 at 182. Lots of trap speed through the top end. 866 with a 6 on the end of it at 154 for Kevin New. .1094 left side, 978 right side for Michael Pryka. He runs his second straight 978 in the Mean Nova, so hopefully they pack it up unless they like to continue to abuse the equipment. Andrew Heinstead went 1094 at 93 miles an hour left side. That'll bring up our next two cars, Keith Landauer and Holly Fuller. Fuller in the turbocharged 93 Olds Cutlass, and Landauer in the 69 Nova. The Nova had some traction problems off the starting line on his last pass. This time it looks like he's still wheeling and dealing it, but it looks a little bit better. On his way to a low 9-second pass, goes 939 at 141, 1002 with a 9 at the end of it at 137 for Holly Fuller. Actually, wait, that looks like Holly down there. So I don't think that was Holly Fuller. I believe that might have been her husband. That looked like Holly just walking away. I'm not sure. I didn't stand up to see who was walking back. Rich Bellman got the jump box on board. 69 Pro Charge Pontiac-powered Pontiac left-hand side. Randy Fuller and Bad Bad Leroy Brown, the 84 S10 pickup truck. Excuse me, that's a Chevy Silverado. And we have burnout contests off the starting line. Neither one of them getting hooked up right. Rich is going to run his out the top end as he doesn't have a pass under his belt yet. 1036 at 144. That's about a second slow of what he should be running. Randy Fuller already ran a 970 pass, but this one is going to be toss it in the garbage, 1677 time slip. All right, attention in the bits, attention in the bits. A and B group radial, A and B group radial, your lanes are now closed. A and B group radial, A and B group radial, your lanes are now closed. A and B group radial, A and B group radial, your lanes are now closed. We will do an all-run session here in a little bit. Once again, I have called C group to lanes 4 and 5, please. C group, C is in Charlie, lanes 4 and 5, please. Ooh. Adam Dory sending me a behind-the-scenes look. He said that Corey Thompson had to put a lifter in the 67 twin-turbo Chevelle last night after the drive. He's got it scattered on the, he has it scattered like a yard sale in this photo. He's got cylinder heads and intake manifolds and stuff all over the place. Corey Thompson had the Chevelle all blown apart. So that 812 at 182, even though it's not the 7s, I'm sure he's happy to get it down there without any breakage. So it looks like Cletus McFarland is back around in Mullet. Even though he ran 687, he is already back in the area behind the burnout box waiting on one more shot. I have to wonder if he wants to try to strengthen his grip, as he went 692 on the first day, and he was the slowest of 5-6 second cars. So obviously he'd like to be able to get his average down a little bit. Not that a 687 is a bad run, but I think he would like to try to run a little bit quicker.
Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
I guarantee you, your brakes don't spin like this. Get you some TBMs and they might.
Any info on from our end yet. We have not gotten any clarification in the tower. So Cletus did run 687 at 216, but did have over a 1 second reaction time. So again, I do not know. if it's going to count without the reaction time penalty or if it will, but the fact that he's back ready to make another run, I think he would like to obviously get one with under a 1 second reaction time. So then that way you don't have to worry about adding anything to the ET. The white Mustang of Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis has run in the 9s twice as they've had traction problems. So we're probably going to see them come back again. Now, again, the announcer is not mentioning any type of penalty, so I'm guessing nothing imposed. Again, I'm going to repeat myself. I have not said whether the run will stand as is or not. That is a Keith Turk call. I don't have any information about what they will do with it. So, again, I don't want to give an opinion on it. I don't have an official word on it. But, again, Cletus is back in the lanes, actually sitting behind the water box left side. So I'm guessing he wants to make another shot at it just to make sure that he does get something with under a 1 second reaction times. Webb, I can understand your opinion about the 1 second reaction time, but the reason that Tom Bailey has said publicly several times that he did it is because instead of one car going down the racetrack and in some cases completing the run and the other car sitting on the starting line for, 10, 15, 20 seconds to build boost, spectators don't necessarily like watching that. They'd rather see cars and trucks go down side by side. So that was the reason the 1 second reaction time rule was put into effect. And after Tom Bailey implemented it for Sick Week last year, Hot Rod Drag Week actually picked it up. So 5,200 people strong on the live feed right now. It's still a ton of people in the grandstands and on the starting line. Michael Preka, the man behind the camera lens down there doing double duty. Can you please tell your dad to stop beating on the Nova? He ran 2 978 passes. Call it good. Unless he wants to make another one. No, okay, we're good. All right. It's consistent as consistent can be. Actually, clarify me something. Did you guys enter naturally aspirated? Okay. How's he doing so far? Did you look at the standings? Number 1 in his class? Nice. How was last night's drive? Did you see any deer? No deer. So the deer slayer is retired. Okay, good. I like it. Now the chat room is talking about real Tom and fake Tom. We've had that every single day so far. He's the real fake Tom. Are you a politician, sir? I don't have any news on Steve Morris as of yet. I'm not sure if he has serious problems with the wagon or if he's just double checking everything. Like I said, he went 7:08 at 2:09 yesterday. Unfortunately, none of the times counted as we canceled yesterday. Bulgott, thanks for joining in and continuing to comment. We appreciate the encouragement. Thank you. There's Bootleg Tom. Bootleg Tom. Bootleg Tom has entered the chat. So we now have real Tom, we have fake Tom, we have real fake Tom, and we have bootleg Tom. It's kind of like Derek's. We're going to run through too many Derek's. I've already seen 3. Thank you so much for the feedback from everybody. I appreciate you letting me know that I'm doing an okay job. Some people say great. I think your standards need to be reevaluated. But thank you so much for the feedback. Again, I'm just a racer out here having a great time letting you all know what's going on. I mean, I haven't stepped up to the ultimate job yet, which is driving the Wieners and Creamers truck. Hey, Tom said it was okay to say it. The formerly hot dog truck and ice cream truck and the barbecue truck has now officially been renamed Wieners and Creamers truck. Tom actually laughed, which means I probably get to keep working. Shamil, the sad part is I'm not the only real Derek. I was told on the first Sick Week that I am Derek number 2. Derek Bieri apparently is Derek number 1. So I am Derek number 2. RTC, thank you so much, sir. Crankshaft, I have not been told whether or not Bill Schwartz has found a cylinder head yet. They have not let me know. He found the bar. Does IKEA Tom come with a free Allen key too? That's the ultimate question. Now there's IKEA Tom. Yes. Should I start writing these down? I'm gonna run out of fingers and toes to count how many Toms we have. Start money, I don't know if I can say my words real good. How about more better? In the words of Jimmy Owen, more better. All right, so here comes Cletus. The fire-up signal has been given, ladies and gentlemen. So Cletus McFarland in the mullet. 86 El Camino going to come back for another shot. That is not the burnout I'm sure that Cletus wanted, so we're probably going to back that up and try that again. He probably needs a little bit of encouragement, ladies and gentlemen. How about a hell yeah, brother, on three? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Let him hear it. Oh. Still having problems getting the El Camino to do the burnout he wants. We're going to give it a third try. So obviously not his trademark burnout, so I'm not quite sure what Cletus is going through with the El Camino right now. But normally he is going to keep the thing in the turbo power band quite well and be able to carry the burnout across the starting line. So not sure what's going on with Mullet, but so far the burnouts are not encouraging, but we'll see what he can get right here. So again, he ran 687 earlier, but with over a 1 second reaction time. So Cletus would like to get a run in here with a good reaction time. A little bit of tire chatter. He's trying to hang on to it. 128 to the 60 foot, and Garrett rode it out as long as he could, but unfortunately he's going to coast across the finish line to an 1181 at 71 miles an hour, and he's not going to want to hand that one in either. So it's a very good possibility we may see Cletus back one more time in Mullet to make one more shot. Michael Manuel and Michael Cole coming up right here. I've got some good news on Michael Manuel in the 84 Camaro with the big block twin turbo power plant left side. 707 at 205 for Michael Manuel, just down that left side with no problem at all. 126 60 foot, 470 at 164 to half track. 11:13 at 119 for the Dodge Avenger of Michael Cole. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been told that Bill Schwartz's cylinder head for his LS has been answered. Two spectators here left the property, are driving 15 minutes home to pick up a spare set of cylinder heads and are bringing them back here. So Bill Schwartz can swap heads and continue on Six Summer. That is the Drag and Drive community coming together right there, and that is a great thing to be able to relay. So the cylinder head call has been answered. Edward Tilrock and Ron Augustine next in the pair of Chevelles. 72 Chevelle left side, 68 Chevelle for Tilrock right side. Augustine left before the tree was activated, so left side will not get a time. Tilrock goes 11:32 at 126. Get into the C group. 11:09 at 118 for the Nova. 11:75 at 113 for the Dodge Dart Swinger. Eric Bierkevik. And if I spell the last name, I'd say there's no way you're getting out of that last name. He actually told me it was taco truck last night, and since it was Taco Tuesday, that it involved the taco truck, it has to be true. Eric in the black with orange Camaro over right-hand side. Left-hand side of the man from the Yukon, Robeck Ahuja. 1967 Oldsmobile powered Oldsmobile. Eric right side, Robeck left side. Both of them on their way to 10-second passes. Then Eric turns the sauce up, 963, 148, 1003, 132 for Robeck. With checking in on Steve Morris in the pit area.
Hey, Warren. Steve said right now that they're struggling to get the car, won't start. Would prefer not to have an interview at this time.
Tom Brett's right side. A couple of Coyote-powered Mustangs heading for the finish line. Tom out front right side goes 1030 and 140, 1106 and 126. So somebody's saying my battery is dead, but I still see them moving on the... Looks like it's moving on the feed okay. Oh, okay, they muted me while we were looking at Steve. That would make sense. Don't tell the people on the live stream that option exists. They'll probably ask for it more. So I've been told that Steve Morris is working on the car to try to come back around for another lot. And it looks like we are just about done with racetrack cleanup. We'll bring the 55 Chevy and the 1930 Model A with the starting line. Marty Pixler in the two-lane blacktop-inspired 55 Chevy. He's racing left side. Right side, the supercharged 1930 Model A is John Mortensen. The supercharged Model A 10-11 at 126 right side, 11-74 at 111. Mortensen running the Bullseye Challenge and just matched the number with a 6. He is going to be happy to get that time slip as 11 is the Bullseye today, and he just went 10-11 with a 6 at 126, so he's 0.06 of a second off the Bullseye number. That's a good run there for him. Tyler Sandow coming up next in the 3rd Gen Camaro left side, and Biff Rollins, the orange Malibu station wagon, right hand side of the racetrack. So the Malibu bumped through the beans. The Camaro waited for him to come back, but they're going to try to get staged up again. Now they're ready. As we leave with the pair off the starting line, Rollins right side, Sandow left side. The wagon out in front. 10:34 at 132 for the wagon, 10:42 at 130 for Sandow's Camaro. Our next pair coming out, Nathan McMaster. McMaster in the Chevy Camaro left-hand side, the 4th Gen Chevy Camaro. He will face Cole Reimars. Reimars, 17 years young on his 2nd drag and drive in the purple Mustang. If this doesn't give you encouragement to get out and try drag and drive, I don't know. He is winning in life, 17 years old and on his 2nd drag and drive here at 6 Summer, presented by TBM Brakes. Cole goes 11:56 at 116, 11:03 at 123 for Nathan McMaster. Robert Lang, yes, I agree. The sportsmanship of the Camaro waiting for the wagon to come back and restage. Love seeing the sportsmanship here in the drag and drive Tyler Bertrand. Tyler goes 10:51 at 127, 12:58. Pat Minker, literally tuning everybody's hearing up. The F3 Pro Charge Big Block 67 Chevelle with the 5-speed Linko behind it in the tunnel. Got to dig through my notes here and find out, but if I'm not mistaken, this car was in the 7s on Monday. He went 8:13 at 179 yesterday. C Group, rerun, C Group for your 2nd shot. You can come to the lanes, please. C Group, C Group. Lanes are still open for you, C Group. Pat is out real close to the center line. Pulls it back and goes 887 at 152 as it sounded like it was tamed down just a little bit. I wonder if he just made the run to get a time slip in. With the hot surface, didn't want to take a chance and actually get a decent lick down. We're not sure if we'll see him back for another one, but as I mentioned, the car still has a lot left in it. Ken Cuddle Jr. coming up next in the aqua-colored Real Super Sport 1970 model Chevy Chevelle. It's a naturally aspirated big block on board right-hand side. Left side is the 1962 Pontiac Tempest, the ill-tempered 10-second Pontiac. To the finish line they go. And both of them bring up 10-second passes. 10:60 at 125 for the Chevelle. 1086 at 119 for the 62 Tempest. It's a Lenko with a clutch, no Bruno. I like it even better, Adam Dory. Thanks for the updated information. I was pretty sure it had a clutch in it, but didn't want to mention it without confirmation. Barry Little coming up in the patriotic-themed wagon on the right side of the racetrack. Tom Keeper in the 1994 F-150 pickup truck. And it looks like we might have, not sure yet, looking to see, but it does look like there is a little bit of fluid on the starting line for the wagon, so they're going to back him out. They're going to let the F-150 go down the racetrack. Keeper to the finish line goes 1076 at 125. So a little bit of cleanup work is going to happen on the starting line. And we'll be back underway here in just a minute. All right, so I have a parts call while we wait on everything to get finalized right side. So it looks like we're almost done. The 88 Mazda RX-7 of Janosek is looking for a 8.8 gear set. So an 8.8 Ford gear set of either 411 or 430. If you have one or have access to one, come to the top floor of the tower. Let me know. I'll get you the driver's information. So once again, we are looking for an 8.8 Ford gear set, either 411 or 430. If you have one or know where we can get one, come to the top floor of the tower and we will relay the driver's information to you. All right, so we are once again in our C group. As soon as we complete our C group, we will radial prep the racetrack, and then we will go into an all-run. I have not called the all-run yet, just so you know that's what we're going to do. TJ Hodge in the 65 Mercury Comet comes up right-hand side. Left-hand side, the 2017 Nicky-inspired Camaro of Matt Peckham. Peckham goes 10-10 at 136 on the late model Nicky Hot Rod, 10-34 at 136 for the Mercury. So Doug Needle, yeah, it has a J in his last name, but he said nowhere near using it. Doug Needle, the 1988 model Ford Mustang left-hand side, he ran out of room and just left the hood off as all the engine's pretty much sitting out there for everybody to see. He stages against Nicholas Martino. Martino in the third-gen Camaro. Doug goes 10-23 at 124, 10-70 at 129 for Nicholas Martino's third-gen Camaro. So we had a part come off of Doug's Mustang, about the 100-foot mark, so we're going to grab that real quick before we go to our side-by-side challenger battle. So a pair of challengers on the starting line. John McCudden in the 2021 Challenger right side. Rick Callahan in the 2022 Challenger left side. To the finish line they go 10:46 at 129 left side, 11:11 at 123 right side. So the gear has been answered. The RX-7 who's looking for the gear, you're going to be getting a phone call here in just a few minutes as we had a gentleman come to the tower. So far our parts calls are getting answered. I like it. Jeff Kurziak in the Pro-Charged Mustang. He's been through a lot of trials and tribulations here so far. He was trying to get all the transmission gears to work on Monday, left the racetrack and left the hood bins out of it and cracked the windshield. 10:13 at 133 right side. Left side goes 12:03 at 117. This is Steve Eden coming up next, left-hand side. Eden, as I believe was told by Michael Narks, has been to every Hot Rod Drag Week since 2007. Little small block powered 1970 Chevy Nova. Should be good in the bottom 11th. He'll face Doug Carlson. Carlson in the 1974 model Chevy Nova. So both of these are what we call third-gen Chevy Novas, built from 1968 to 1974. Then in 75, they became what's more commonly known as the Disco Nova. That was the final rendition of the Nova from 75 to 79. We don't count the 86 to 88 Geo Metro Novas. Those are fakers. Those are like fake Toms. 10:53 at 127 right side, 11:14 at 119 for Steve Eden left side. Actually, we like fake Steve. Or fake Tom, whatever. We'll just start making up fake this, fake that. Fake Steve, fake Tom. Mads, I am not eating the microphone, trust me. The microphone is well over a foot away from my mouth. It is very loud here at Great Lakes Dragaway. Number one, I'm loud as it is. Number two, we'll go back to John Christensen, 1951 Wheel standing wagon comes back for another shot. Looks like they got the drip fixed, so he's on his way. F-150, and James Hansen coming up. So far. Minutes to get back to the lanes. C Group, you have 10 minutes to come back to the lanes. Brian Goldstone's pulled up and in. 110 with the parachutes out for Brian Goldstone. So he will turn that in. So once again, a little bit of cleanup work left side of the racetrack. The 55 Chevy Gasser, the Hustlin' Hillbilly, even with the blue tinted windows, will come up next, right-hand side of the racetrack. That's Darwin Peterson. He will face David Barker. Barker in the 2017 VW Golf. This is what he calls Plan B. He was supposed to run his Dodge Charger, but this is the backup plan. He's going to play second fiddle to Darwin. 10:06 left side, 10:26 right side, and again, once again, C Group, you only have a few minutes left to get into the lanes. C Group, you have 5 minutes remaining to come back to the lanes if you'd like to make another shot before we go to the all run. C Group, you have 5 minutes left to come back to the lanes if you'd like to make another pass. Hines left side, Turner right side. Camaro out in front of the Mustang. And we'll get to the finish line first. 10:53 at 133, 10:85 at 126 for the stick shift Mach 1. Steve Niles and Lloyd Church next. Side. Niles, one of two husband and wife teams that I'm aware of that are on their anniversary weekend. The 72442 Cutlass left side. Chevy Nova and Chevy Camaro next. The third gen is David Black. Black's 85 Chevy Camaro running in the Dial Your Own class. Jeremy Kroger in the Nova. Kroger's also running Dial Your Own 1972 model Chevy Nova. Hold them off the starting line clean and green. They're staying close together. The Camaro is starting to pull out a little bit of a lead to the top end. Come back to the staging lanes. At this time, I will call A and B group radial cars. A and B group race on. Anthony McDowell in the Pro Street pickup truck. Going down right side, Mustang down left side, 11:02 for the Mustang, 10:33 at 127 for the pickup truck. Immediately just went and didn't even realize the tree wasn't activated, so Tom shot in the 64 Plymouth Valiant. So the Dodge going to make damage to it, and hopefully we'll see them back, as that car was just completed by the Hot Rod by Havlik group to come back after sitting in mothballs for quite a few years. So obviously we'd like to be able to see them complete their first drag and drive with it. I'll bring Ron Augustine back at the 72 Chevelle, right-hand side of the racetrack. And Edward Tilrock, left side in the 68 Chevelle. These two faced each other last time. They swapped lanes on us. Both these cars should be in the 10s. Tilrock had problems and ran in the 11s, and Ron Augustine left before the tree was activated, so neither one of them got the time that they wanted, so Augustine goes 10:29 at 137 right side, 11 flat with a 1 at 126 for Tilrock. As we are running through our last few out of the C group, your lanes are now closed. C group, your lanes are now closed. C group, your lanes are now closed. Michael Turner in the Dodge Dart Swinger next left-hand side, and Rovek Ahuja in the side. And these two have raced each other already once today. It's in the 2018 Mustang. I believe Nick, he's already back in the gas and rolling towards the finish line. He goes 11:40 at 136. He'll face Eric Bierkevet. Bierkevet in the 2000 model. Black with both of them off the starting line, getting the turbos to spool where they want them. Eric out in front right side and gets their first 988 at 134, 1018 at 134 for the wagon. As we talked about earlier, 17 years young over in the purple Mustang out of the water box. It's as if I told him that I was talking about him and Cole just did a bigger burnout. And I like his style either way. He came off the three-step chip and just laid down some smoke. Cole Reimar, 17 years young on his second drag and drive in the 1996 model Mustang right side. He'll face TJ Hodge in the classic Mercury Comet over on the left side. To the finish line they go. 10:43, 135 left side for Hodge. 11:46 at 118 for Reimars. What a pair of Chris Van Worden in the little wheel standing small block power at 67 Nova going down left side. Nathan Hines in the Camaro right side. Chris out in front. Chris gets there first. 10:13, 132, 10:29, 137 for the third gen Camaro right side. Pickup truck goes 10:40 with a 7 at 131 for Bowden, 10:67 at 128 for Lloyd Church's Mopar. That'll bring the 1981 Malibu back. This is Todd Kleeman. Kleeman left before the tree was activated last time, so he's come back around to make another shot. To the stripe, 10:24 at 128 for the two-door Malibu. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that will wrap up our C group for their time shot. Yes, indeed, the C group is now complete. So we are going to track prep and get ready for A and B group Radial. So once again, A and B group Radial, lane number 2. Remember, for quarantine cars, A and B group Slick, lane number 1 is open. So once again, for quarantine cars, A and B groups, lane number 1. Quarantine, A and B group Radial. Appreciate you being patient with us. For those of you that are in the grandstands and heading towards the manufacturer's midway or going to grab yourself something good to eat or drink, remember that we do have an all-run session that'll be coming back, and it will have some of our quicker cars in the A and B group Radial class, as we are waiting for some of them to come back around. Based on the crowd that I see in the pit area, it looks like Cletus McFarland is still sitting in the pit area. So I expect we will see him back for another shot. But we already have some of our quicker 7 and 8 second cars sitting in the lanes for A and B group Radial while we re-prep the racetrack. So again, we'll be down here for just a little bit while we get everything cleaned up and ready to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so again, we are going to do a little bit of track prep. I'll be off the mic here for a few minutes while we do some pit interviews that we will put up on our live stream going throughout the week. So once again, if you want to visit Manufacturers Midway, get yourself something good to eat or drink. Again, we will be back with our 7 and 8 second cars in the A and B group Radial, probably in about the next 10 to 15 minutes. All right, interviewers to the lanes, please. All run session. All run session to lanes 3, 4, and 5. I will take AB Radial to lane 2. I also have a parts call. I need an MSD double pole. It's a double pole switch. It's not a switch. I apologize. I'm trying to think of the right wording, but it's double pole switch. So if you have one or know where we slick to lane 1, A and B group Radial to lane 2, all run lanes 3, 4, and 5. A and B group slick lane 1, A and B group Radial lane 2, all run lanes 3, 4, and 5. If you have already made the pass you want to turn in, please visit the area by the concession stand to visit Tanya and her crew right across from the VP Racing Fuels trailer and get your time slips turned in. Once again, for everybody that is watching online, we have been having some buffering issues for quite a while. They're working on them. Keep in mind, we are recording all of this, and we will broadcast it at the end of the day today. So it looks like we might be back. All right, we are back. So spread the word, ladies and gentlemen. Let your friends and family know. Thankfully, it looks like we are back now. All right, let's grow those numbers back to where we were one more time. As we attend to David Deal at the top end of the racetrack. As I said, parts and pieces, unfortunately, coming out on his run. As the car was 1-1-7-1 to the 60-foot time. And then, unfortunately, after that, the car slowed. So, not sure if it's catastrophic failure or not. After that, the car slowed. So, not sure if it's catastrophic failure or not. We're just waiting on word. But the only thing I've heard so far is there were parts and pieces at the top end. So we did have a few pairs go down here in our last session, but not too many. So once again, we are going to have all of this that'll go back up as a recorded stream later today. So we have been recording everything even when we've had issues, so keep that in mind. It will be back up later tonight. But thanks so much to Warren and his gang for trying to get everything figured out. And then, as it's been said on the live stream, Tickle came to the rescue. He is. He's the man. He got us back. Now back almost to 3,000 strong on the live stream. So right now, our current leader, 677 at 211, is Bryant Goldstone, with a 1:10 60-foot time. He opened with a 7:26 at 198, so the 677 is the quickest pass. Cletus McFarland has a 216 mile an hour for the fastest mile an hour so far. There's been a handful of other runs, including Corey Thompson, who went 8:12 at 182 on his first pass with some tire chatter, then came back and went 7:78 at 181. Clark Rosenstengel went 7:62 at 2:01. And we're just waiting on some of the other stuff to start checking in. All right, to those of you that are on the live stream, somebody mentioned that the volume was a little bit lower. I'm trying to hold the microphone in the same spot just so I don't kill anybody's eardrums here. I can hear it fine at the racetrack. Let us know on the live feed how it is. Yeah, Anthony, I'm quiet for once. So once again, we are attending to David Deal in the copper-colored Mustang, not coffee. Apparently I need caffeine. copper-colored Mustang at the top end of the racetrack. We did have parts and pieces come out, so we are going to be down here for just a little bit. I'm not sure if there's fluid down as well or just parts. We're waiting on the call from the top end. All right, Bulgat, thanks for checking in. Let me know we're good. Robert, I think we need to use a different adjective. Glorious is way, way too much expectation. So again, David Deal, who ran in the 7s at Cordova, that's who it's at the top end of the racetrack. He came off the starting line good, 117 on the 60-foot. The car had been in the 7s, like I said. But then, unfortunately, after that, the car slowed and only went 1034 at 97 miles an hour. He pulled over and stopped just past the finish line. And they're trying to get all the parts and pieces picked up. Not sure if the car is in catastrophic failure or if it's just some parts and pieces came off it and he can start it and get it off the racetrack. For everybody that is back on the live feed, once again, thank you so much for being part of it. We do appreciate it. Again, when we asked Warren to jump between racetracks, this is our third of the week. The first two we did pretty well with, and we started out good here at Great Lakes Dragaway, and then unfortunately we had some issues. So once again, we appreciate everybody bearing with us. Craig, Adam Doria has been working. At least that's what he says when he posts it. So the fact that we have the Zamboni heading for the top end of the racetrack makes me think we're going to be down here for a little bit. So right now, we only have one car that is run in the 6s. We have a bunch of cars that have run in the 7s. But we started out with 5 cars in the 6s. Unfortunately, we lost one of them as Alex Taylor went out after a 697 at 200 miles an hour yesterday. As unfortunately, she hurt 2 holes in her big block Chevy. So they are on their way back to, actually probably back in Arkansas already. But Brian Goldstone, who went 668 on the first day and 677 on day number 3 today, would assume the lead, as right now Steve Morris has actually put the call out for a FuelTech FT600. So I'm not sure if Steve doesn't get an FT600 if he will be done for the day. He did make a pass, but went 1278. Obviously, it's not the pass he wants, as it will seriously hurt his average. So Cletus has run twice so far. On his first pass, he went 687 at 216, but with more than a 1-second reaction time. For those of you that continue to ask if we can get a ruling on it, again, that is a Keith Turk question. Keith is not in the tower, nor have I heard from him, so I can't publicly comment on it. And if I did try to make a statement on it, it would be opinion at best. So, and I don't want to do that because I'm not the ultimate decision. Keith Turk is. When Cletus came back up to try to make a second pass, he was only able to muster an 1181 out of it as the car spun the tire several times trying to stay hooked to the racetrack. So John Ferrone went 873 at 175 on his first pass, came back and backed it up with a 789 at 179. That matches what he ran on day number 1. Webb, I am not sure about the FT600 replacement. Steve was not in the tower for very long. The one thing he did say was that he has tried working on pretty much everything else except that. So obviously he just, I think, wants to cover his bases. All right, so we had asked for the spark plug wire firewall pass through. We haven't had anybody hit us up yet on that. If anybody has a universal spark plug wire set, an 8mm or bigger universal spark plug wire set, in other words, meaning it has no boot on one end, we can use that in a pinch as well. We would like to be able to get the 69 Dodge Dart back on the racetrack. So if you have access to that, the white 69 Dodge Dart is who needs it. Since we are cleaning up at the top end of the racetrack, as I have tried to do for the last couple of days, I'm trying to keep my eye on the live stream. We are now back over 3,000, so thank you so much. Kevin, thanks for checking in from the UK. We appreciate it. Stream, they say, is good in New Zealand, Warren, so I'm trying to give you some encouraging news. We're spinning it backwards. Something happened at the top end on the left lane. Adam, had the Mustang of David Deal, had some parts come out of it, and now it looks like fluid as they have the Zamboni on the racetrack. I haven't got much more information on it as of yet, so we will wait to hear what's going on that. I am getting some questions also sent to me through my phone. So for Alex Corella in the Ginger Red car, he asked what Devin ran today. Well, Devin didn't run anything. Devin's standing alongside the car. Devin doesn't look like he wants to run. He looks like he enjoys standing. So your question really should be, what did Josh run? And unfortunately, I don't think Josh has run what he's wanted to. I think they have spun the tires both times. And I want to say the best run they've made is a 909. Devin, is that correct, 909? It's about, I'm just asking, I'm giving the public what they want. I know you want something a couple seconds quicker. Yeah, Devin's out there nodding. I don't want to make him upset. That guy makes me nervous if he was mad. So, yeah, Josh has gone 909 best, and I believe it was only at like 113 miles an hour or something. I know on one pass he went 917 at 100. Devin, you should have left the 235 tires on it. Those were one-and-dones every single time. I know. I'm sitting up here in the tower telling you, right? It's easy for me. So the drop-top Mustang did go 686 at 209 on the first day. He teased us with a 7 flat with a 4, and then Devin said, hang on a minute, I'm going to give it one more shot. So obviously I'm sure he would like to be able to get something a little bit quicker. So once again, I am looking at what's hopping on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel. Parker is not here. The Dr. Pepper car is not here. As a matter of fact, it's for sale. Good morning from Sydney, Australia. We appreciate you tuning in to watch. We now have people asking if they can be fake Toms too. Would fake Tom please weigh in on that on the chat? There's only one real fake Tom. That means there is room for plenty of second and third tier fake Toms. There can be a fake real fake Tom? Okay, got it. How rough is the track with what looks like 3 armed guards on the starting line? So far we haven't had any issues. I don't know, better prepared than... Better be offensive than defensive. And I've never been to this racetrack before, so again, I don't really have any information to be able to relay on why that would be, but there are quite a lot of spectators out here today, and obviously we would like everybody to be able to enjoy it. Adam, you can't be fake. You have to be the real Adam Dorey. You can't be the fake Derek Putnam. There's one Derek Putnam in the world, that's plenty. We don't need any more. So while we continue to get the racetrack cleaned up, somebody said, are the snipers for the deer that run on the racetrack? That's actually not a bad idea. Does Cletus's run count or not? Again, I already mentioned the fact that the 687 at 216 did have a reaction time over 1 second. Again, that is a Keith Turk call. I can't comment on it because I am not on the rules committee. I don't make that call. If you look at the rules the way they're written, there is an exemption clause in there, but again, that's at Keith Turk's discretion, but I don't think he does it too much. But again, I'm not going to say anything further on it than that. I do know Cletus' second run was an 1181. He does not want to turn that in. There are definitely a lot of people that have come out here to join us on Wednesday. Either that or they just didn't want to go to work. I'll go ahead and say that they just wanted to be out here to be part of Six Summer. And based on the crowd that I still see in the pit area, it looks like Cletus is still thrashing on the car. As it definitely did not sound the same when it came out of the burnout box on the last time. I know even Don was trying to pump him up and get the tires spinning for him. So apparently, from what I have been told, we thought we had the 5.3 liter LS cylinder head solved. Now I've been told that that's not the case. So to the lady who came to the tower, unfortunately I did not catch your name, but if you did bring the cylinder head, Bill Schwartz and his crew have not seen it yet. If you do have it, please come to the top floor of the tower, let me know, and I'll put you in touch with them directly. And if not, we'll put the call back out as soon as I have the clarification. All right, so I'll go ahead and just put this out there as a blanket statement. So like I said, we were told that somebody was running home to grab a 5.3 liter LS cylinder head. We have not heard or seen from them since. So if you have one or know where one can be located. Now, Bill did make a pass, so he already has something to turn in, so we're not in panic mode yet. And the good news is as I mentioned earlier, they do have the head gasket, so crisis averted there. But we still need the cylinder head. So if you have one or know where we can locate one, please come to the top floor of the tower and let me know, and I'll give you the contact information. Somebody said they sell them at Walmart. The sad part is that wouldn't really shock me if somebody had one. So somebody on the live stream commenting, if Schwartz doesn't have a head, Highway 50 Auto Salvage shows 4 on hand a few miles away. Crankshaft, thank you for relaying that. I appreciate it. So we will see what kind of options we get into. Like I said, the good news is that Schwartz has already made a 10-second pass today, so he has something to turn in. We just got to try and figure it out for the drive to get him to Tri-State tomorrow. Once again, everybody on the live feed, thank you so much for jumping on board and helping out where you can. So, yes, to answer the question, and I don't really want to keep getting into this because it's starting to get repetitive. So the thing I want to tell you is the run that Cletus made that was above 1 second on the reaction time will count. However, his time being above 1 second would be added to the 6:87 that he ran. Now, granted, that's going to be better than the 11:81 that he ran, but it's not going to be the 6 second pass he wants. Thank you to Sir John Sears. You can buy an LS cylinder head on Walmart's website. That's what it said. Look. I see it. Warren didn't believe me. It's on the internet. It has to be true. All right, so Anthony asking me the question again. What is your go-to fast food burger? Yeah, I was going to say I'd probably take In-N-Out or Fat Burger if I had the choice, although I'm not on the West Coast very often. All right, so it appears as if the cylinder head question has been answered. We had a gentleman that just came to the tower, so Bill Schwartz and your crew be expecting a phone call. Somebody said double Whopper. Never had Fat Burger? Well, if you ever make it out to the West Coast, you should consider having it. In-N-Out Burger is also good. Double animal style with animal style fries and large strawberry shake. Thank you, Robert. I am now officially hungry. Culver's, yeah, I would absolutely eat a Culver's burger. Culver's chicken is good too, and of course, there's nothing wrong with getting dessert from Culver's either. I'm just saying I would take it. Today is your starter's birthday. Chuck's birthday is today. So I have been told that there is a special birthday going on out here today. Jack Wickman, 9 years old, and I hear this is his home track. Happy birthday, Jack. We hope you're out here enjoying yourself with us for day number 3 of 6 Summer. Any chance of running until 4 o'clock? Well, it is 2:25 local time now. Based on the cars we have in the lanes, I don't know if we will extend it past 3 o'clock. It would just be whether or not we had anybody that came back. Don't feed Derek after midnight. No, I don't turn into a gremlin. I stay Chevrolet. I don't go AMC. Hopefully somebody got that joke. So once again, happy birthday, Jack Wickman. 9 years young and wants to spend it out here at his home base, the drag strip. It has probably been about a half an hour since we last ran. And the internet also chiming in and saying happy birthday, Jack. We appreciate everybody doing so. Glad I was here to witness the gender reveal. Yes, that was very cool to see Aaron Gerke with the 94 Ranger learn that he's going to have a little baby girl, his first child, as he dropped the parachute to see whether he was going to have a boy or a girl. Somebody commented Royale with cheese. I have a feeling that might take a little bit of time to get to. Can you talk about what prizes are for the winners? Well, probably, in my opinion, some of the coolest stuff that you can get if you end up winning your class on either Sick Week or Sick Summer, you get an official orange painted helmet that is officially lettered with your class number. And the cool thing is, ask somebody like Richard Guido. They take photo opportunities with them pretty much anywhere. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Guido has actually taken photos with his on at like a laundromat, at a restaurant, a gas station, all kinds of cool things. So those are some of the things that we give away to winners. Usually there's also some kind of a crystal or first place award that goes with it. If you're in the top 3, usually we give away either guitars or something else really cool thanks to gear vendors. So there's lots of cool stuff that gets given away if you are a winner, or if you're in the top 3, sometimes you will get awards all the way through top 3. AMC parts are like trying to find hen's teeth. Yeah, that's what I mentioned the other day when Brian Goldstone smashed up his 73 Javelin, and he had a hard time finding replacement parts. I'm not sure why. Yeah. A double Royale with cheese. So it might be slightly more popular than La Big Mac. Last Sick Week was guitars. Thank you, Shamila. That's what I thought it was. I wasn't 100% sure. All right, so we are getting closer to going back on the racetrack. So racers that are in the lanes, go ahead and start making your final work and start getting suited up. As I have been told, they're going to do a final spray and drag, and we will be ready to get back after it. Eddie Murphy's Mom Burgers versus McDonald's Burgers. I wonder how exactly we would rank that. Because I don't think Eddie Murphy is going to just give away Mom Burgers to just anybody. That's probably, you ought to probably know somebody there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Those that use the metric system and those with their flag on the moon. All right, so for those that are asking about whether we're going to stay open past 3 o'clock, because 3 o'clock is normally when we would shut them down. Obviously, we've had some downtime. We want to be able to give people a fair opportunity to come up and make a pass. So if you need to make another run, we need you back to the lanes as soon as reasonably possible, or at the very least, go and visit Rick Dodge and John Sears at the front of the lanes and let them know, hey, I'm thrashing on something, but we will come back to the lanes. If we don't know, then we have no way of knowing that you need to come back and make either a first run, second run, third run, whatever it is. If there's no cars in the lanes, then eventually we will make final call and shut the lanes down. We now have people quoting the rest of the movie. I'm sorry, did I break your concentration? But that was not a Royale with cheese. That was a big Kahuna burger. So right now we are getting some close-ups of cars that are waiting either at the very front of the staging lanes or just behind the water box. As you see the Studebaker Commander now on the live stream. I believe the Monte Carlo, one of our 8-second cars that did a big old wheel stand earlier here today, is also sitting behind the water box, I believe left-hand side of the racetrack. And Devin and Josh in the convertible Mustang is also sitting back there. Once again, I've called A and B Group Slick Tire Cars, A and B Group Slick Tire Cars, lane number 1. A and B Group Radial Cars, A and B Group Radial Cars to lane 2. All run to lanes 3, 4, and 5. So it looks like we do have probably about 30 cars in the lanes right now. And again, if you need to make a pass and you are not in the lanes, send somebody to let us know at the front of the staging lanes. Go and visit Rick Dodge or John Sears and let them know, hey, we're thrashing on something, and we need to be able to come back to the lanes, because if we don't see you in the lanes and the lanes become empty for too long, then we will call it. We'll make a final call and be done with it, because we don't know if people are still thrashing on it. But the big crowd that's still around Cletus's camp makes me think that he is thrashing on his car to try and get it back for another run. He has made 2 passes already. Is it sad to sit here and say this is the first cheesehead that I've seen all day? Guy standing down there next to the 67 Mustang wearing the cheesehead. I saw a lot of those cheesehead things at the Mars Cheese Castle. I never thought I would ever in my life see something called Cheese Castle. Apparently, Wisconsin people like cheese. As we continue to get the racetrack back to fighting shape, as we're going to start our all-run session here in just a little bit. James, you're correct. Sometimes, unfortunately, in the drag racing part of it, the drag does mean you have to sit and wait. Larry, when it comes to the Alex Taylor deal, the reason I say that I thought it was fluid was because that has happened before. You get a fluid leak where either the catch can might overflow and get on the hot exhaust and it creates a cloud. It's very possible that that has happened. We've seen it before, so how do I know that she killed 2 pistons? No one gave me any information. I said it could be fluid. I didn't say it was. Or at least I don't believe I said it was. If I did, then I was incorrect. Wisconsin people make cheese. Yes, I was hoping people would pick up on my sarcasm slightly, but next time I need to lay it on a little thicker. So there was not a wreck or a big oil down. There was somewhat of an oil down. And unfortunately, some parts and pieces out of the Deal Brothers Mustang. Who owns the 67 Chevelle with the F3 and the Lenco? That is Pat Miker. He's running on limited iron. Right now, 3,700 people on the live chat. Jimmer, thank you so much for the kind words. Appreciate it. Double sarcasm. That means I need to bring my wife into the picture because she fluently speaks sarcasm as her first language. That's how I've picked it up. Sarcasm in 2023, time to get canceled on Twitter. Good for me that I don't get on Twitter. So again, we are trying to keep the racetrack as even-keeled as we can for everybody. obviously after the track has sat for a while with the amount of sun that's on it, they want to touch it up for our final all-run session. So once again, we are doing both lanes to make sure that we get everybody as good of a chance as possible here in their last all-run. As we've had some people that have not made the runs they've wanted to earlier today, so we'll get back after it. What wife is not sarcastic? I've actually met some that aren't. I didn't get along with them too well, at least not most of them that are not sarcastic. Are we really going to get into this question, Silverado Scott? Sure, why not? I'll answer it. What is a meat stick? From what I've been told on Sick Week, meat sticks are what you eat when you're on a 2-lane country road. That's what I was told. Now, I don't have any kind of verification. That was what I was told. Derek, do you see Devin in the lanes? Yes, he is, I believe, the first or second car that will come up left side when we go back hot again. Devin is the first car. So Devin and Josh's Mustang is the first car that will come back up after we go hot again. As far as I know, Steve did not break his engine. He is just trying to go through everything. The car was slow earlier today. Oh, Nick Deal, I don't want to hear this. Nick, does that officially mean you're done? Message me an update, please. Okay, so Nick Deal is asking if anybody would possibly give him a ride back to Cordova. If anybody might want to take Nick Deal back to Cordova, come to the top floor of the tower and let me know, and I will point you in his direction. Shamil, yes, if it's the end of that, I feel bad for the Deal brothers as well. They did complete Sick Week. And we're very happy about the fact they got the car into the 7s on Monday, but might be the end of the road for them. I have not heard whether they are officially out or not. He just said, can you ask if somebody can give us a ride back to Cordova? All right, so we're getting ready to go back to action, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is touched back up. For all of you that are still here on the property, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Here we go with Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis. So Nick Foss, the 1967 model Ford Mustang, he is running in our Bullseye Challenge. Right now, the Bullseye Challenge almost on lock. The Bullseye is an 11, and somebody went with 11, I believe, with either a 6 or an 8. So we are pretty close. Is that what it was, a 6? Okay. here we go. Josh on a good pass, left-hand side. 676 at 208.76 miles an hour. A little bit of smoke out of the top end. They got both parachutes out. Okay, so that was just rice hull ash that popped up. So, Devin, good job. 1/10 of a second quicker than what he ran on Monday. That's the way to get things back started. 676 at 208.76 miles an hour. $15.13 for Nick Foss over on the right-hand side. Really close to the bullseye, only 200ths above it, so not a bad pass for him. Here comes Eric Burrows, the wheel-standing Monte Carlo. Let's see if he tuned it down a little bit. Oh, he kind of almost chicken-footed it there. He kind of gave it the double step. EJ running the 57 Chevy Gasser right-hand side. She goes 809 at 86 miles an hour, 882 at 155 for Eric Burrows. I believe that's a little bit of an improvement for Burrows. Hang on one second. Let me take a look. I think he went 890-something on his last pass. I'm scanning my cheat sheet real quick, but I can't find it. So, all right. Eric Burrows obviously kept the front end on the ground that time. Thomas Hooten coming up next in the police pursuit vehicle over on the right-hand side. We've seen about, I think, 3 or 4 of them here this week. Seems to be a popular car. Tina Constados, the 1987 model Oldsmobile Cutlass, will stage up left-hand side. Yes, EJ is doing a great job on the first drag and drive she's ever been on, and she gets to do the track-to-track with Sam from the Cletus crew. As the car continues to get quicker and quicker as they go to each and every individual track. So Tina out in front left-hand side, and the Ulta goes 11:57 at 107. 13:21 at 108 for Thomas Hooten in the police pursuit vehicle. All right, I have been told that the rear of the staging lanes will close at 3:15, so 1/2 an hour is what we have left. If you can get back into the lanes by 3:15, we will close the rear of the lanes and run what remains. So you have a 1/2 an hour to come back and make another shot if you do want to. Stephen Donahue and Eric Sparks next. Sparks in the little wheel-standing Monte Carlo. And Donahue in the Studebaker Commander. Monte Carlo going to get there first left side. Goes 12-12 with a 0 at 108. 13:46 at 105 for Stephen Donahue in the 55 Studi. Ryan Reimars coming up next. Or actually, this is Mike Reimars. The 2011 Shelby with the Cobra Jet livery over on the left-hand side. Right-hand side is Ryan Rose in the S10 pickup truck. It's a 2000 model S10 pickup truck. Police pursuit vehicle is definitely in the drinking game. Trip, can we hold it off till tomorrow? To the top end, 984 at 137 for the Mustang. S10 follows at 1482 at 94. Our next pair out of the water box, Randy Fuller and Robert Price. Robbie Price and the Price family, they pretty much backed up everybody and brought them all with them. The 1972 Mercury wagon, it's the wheel-standing 11-second wagon. They'll face Randy Fuller. Fuller in the 1984 Chevy pickup truck, 632 cubic inches, a big block Chevy on board left-hand side. Wheels up on both sides. The wagon once again pulling the front end in the air. A 11:47 is what they ran on Monday. They'd like to improve on it. 987, 133, 1199 at 106 for the wagon. Sean Enoch comes up next in the Z28 Camaro. It's a 1979 model Z28 Camaro. He'll stage up against Tim Flanders. Flanders is still trying to find that magic 850 number. He went 866, then 863, then 840. So the 840 he can't hand in, so now he's got to slow it down about a tenth of a second in that competitive 6 street race and street race 275 where you can only go 850. That's the quickest number you can turn in. Flanders on a good shot, 126 60 foot. It's going to be close at the top end here. 850 with a 2 for Flanders. Only 0.02 of a second away from perfect. His crew guy says, yeah, we like it. We'll take it. 850 with a 2 at 158 miles an hour. They put the dial in on that tune-up perfectly. Good run there. 12 flat with a 2 at 100 miles an hour for Sean Enoch. And I will say for Flanders that after 3 runs, he's done. Once again, we will close the rear of the staging lanes at 3:15, so you now have 25 minutes. 25 minutes to come back to the lanes. 25 minutes to come back to the lanes. Nick Wider, the 1985 model D100 Dodge pickup truck, comes up next right-hand side. Holly Fuller in the 1993 Oldsmobile. That's an Oldsmobile-powered Oldsmobile. Yeah, we have Pontiac-powered Pontiacs. We now have Oldsmobile-powered Oldsmobiles out here. This is her anniversary week with her husband and her first drag and drive that she has ever done. The Oldsmobile running on limited boost to keep her in the 10s. She goes 993 at 147 with the parachute out. Nick unfortunately moved out of the stage beam, so he gets an 18-second pass. His ET was off because he moved out of the stage beams. KJ Kroger in the S10 truck will come up next left side, and Michael Bennett, little 2-door Chevy Malibu, will stage up right-hand side. To the finish line. The S10 gets there first, 11:62 at 107, 12:04 at 111 for Michael Bennett's Malibu. The stick shift 62 Impala Super Sport will come up next. That's Nick C. Michael Turner will stage up the 1970 Dodge Dart Swinger over on the left-hand side. Shamil, I will not be doing that anytime soon. That is a very big mountain to climb. Left side in front, 1187 at 112 for Turner, 1272 at 105 for Nick C in the stick shift Impala. We'll bring a pair of Chevys to the starting line next. Chevy Nova and the Malibu station wagon. The Nova of Amos Eason will stage up right-hand side. That's a 1974 model Chevy Nova, the last of the third generation Novas. The G-Body Malibu wagon, the 4-door wagon, will come up left-hand side. That's Michael Puckett. Puckett's 1978 model wagon. This wagon had the transmission completely out of it for the better part of 3.5, 4 hours on Monday. They got it slapped back together and got back into the lanes with less than a half an hour to spare and clicked off a 10-second pass to get him here to day number 3. Wheels up on both sides. Puckett left side, Eason right side. Puckett in the wagon out in front, but he lets the Nova back around him, 11:04 at 119. The wagon slows from a 621 at the 8th mile to just 11:41 at 76 miles an hour. Not sure if they were making a checkout run but something drastically slowed on the wagon. Now, use your best terminology for cancer, Chevy Nova. Coming up next, left side of the racetrack, that's Joe Hangey. Hangey, out of the 1971 Chevy Nova, he says it's more of a pro touring car, so it doesn't run the elapsed times he wishes it did, but he's out here to help cancer victims and get the message out. He's racing Robert Hill in the very popular 2021 F350 dually turned single slick dually F350 pickup truck. 1541 for the Nova, 1621 for the pickup truck. Tyler Garlock coming up in the Cobra Jet Library Cobra. He's racing the stick shift pickup truck. Talk about violent when the pickup truck dropped the clutch. That's Casey Steinke. Steinke to the finish line in the pickup truck. 1193 at 114 miles an hour for the pickup truck. Tyler rolls to a 1462. Our next pair, a pair of Fords, 1994 model Ford Ranger. This is Aaron Gerke. Gerke, who learned he's going to become a father to a baby girl on his first pass as he did the gender reveal by pulling the parachute. Just seems right. Stick shift model Ford Ranger right side, and a stick shift supercharged Mustang left-hand side. This is Robert Gruber. Gruber let go on Monday and found a shock, didn't want to stay where it had to, so he had to break out the Sawzall and eventually got everything fixed to make it here for day number 3. So he is still in competition in the stick shift Mustang over on the left-hand side. So a couple of gear jammers on the starting line. They're both staged and ready. Clutch drop on both sides. Gruber having problems as it looked like he went for either second or third gear. Aaron to the finish line. 1073 at 133 miles an hour. And Gruber, unfortunately, has pulled over and stopped. After all the work to get the car ready to make it here for day number 3 after having problems with the rear suspension that involved a Sawzall to get him back at the racetrack, Gruber looks like he might yet not be out of the woods. As he went for what looked like second or third gear and you just didn't hear anything, so hopefully the transmission didn't have an issue. So they said fastest car of the day is a Fox body on a 275 Radial, and amazingly, that's correct. The quickest car, but not the fastest car. The quickest car is Josh Davis and Devin Vanderhoof, 676, just narrowly edging out Bryant Goldstone, 677. Goldstone with a little bit more speed, though, in the big tire Javelin, 211 miles an hour to the 208 for Josh and Devin. Not that 208 is slow, but considering that Josh and Devin are doing it on a 275 Radial and Bryant Goldstone probably has the same size contact patch in one tire that they have in both, does make for an interesting comparison. Staging lanes will close in 18 minutes. Staging lanes will close at 3:15. You now have 18 minutes to get back to the lanes. We will close the rear of the lanes and run the remaining cars once we have that taken care of. And it looks like Bob Gruber has gotten the car refired and heading off the top end of the racetrack. So that's good. No problems, no parts, no pieces. We'll be back to action here in just a minute. Once again, lanes are wide open. We do have some cars sitting in the lanes, though, but if you'd like to make another pass, you can come back around. So once again, while we get everybody back into the water box, a little bit of a shout out to all the great sponsors that are here on board on the first annual Six Summer Day number 3, brought to us by our friends at TBM Brakes and the Gear Vendors Overdrive. Thanks to Rick and his gang for being on board. Also, a very big thank you to Summit Racing Equipment and Peak Performance to supercharge our sick ward. Thanks to Nolan and Iski Racing Cams. Strange Engineering joining us this year, as is Red Horse Performance, who, in my book, has already gotten 2 big thumbs up for their trailer burnout yesterday at checkpoint number 1. VP Racing Fuels that's joined us all week with the 18-wheeler full of fuel. Dodge for providing some of the great vehicles that we have. And Nicky Thompson. Thanks to all those great companies for being on board Six Summer. Dean Anderson and Michael Cole going down the racetrack. Oh, Dean Anderson, 8:49 with a 7. Oh, 0.03 of a second too fast. And she knows it. She's shaking her head going, 0.03 of a second. So now Dean Anderson's got to come back around and run 8.500 or slower. Michael Cole goes 11:28 in the Dodge Avenger. All right, so I have been told that Steve Morris is bringing the car to the staging lanes and is apparently changing the ECU in the process. David Pascal and Tom Llewellyn. Llewellyn in the blue 99 Mustang, the stick shift car, has been all kinds of struggle. Right now looking like he's got a good pass going. 10:03 at 1:46 for Tom Llewellyn. That's a good pass. David Pascal in the Buick Regal goes 12:25 at 1:11. All right, I like it. The burnout from the deuce box. This is Aiden Bailey. Bailey, who also been on the struggle bus. This thing didn't start until almost midnight on Sunday night. He made it through tech, took it to Motion Raceworks, and him and Joey Berry backing the car up in front had to rewire the car, finish wiring the car. He took a 21-second pass on day 1, and they are slowly trying to take bites out of this car to get it to go a little bit faster. So Justin Gray, right-hand side, the 1971 Plymouth GTX. He's made multiple laps at every stop so far. Aiden Bailey has only made 1 pass so far today. And I believe he ran in the 12s, which is a 9-second improvement from Monday. So I'm trying to be an optimist. He's bumped in and ready. This looks good, 138.60 foot. 594 at 120 to half track. And a 10 flat with a 3 at just 98 miles an hour. But Tom Bailey clapping his hands and giving a high five to Joey Berry and says, yeah, that's a huge improvement. We just ran 11 seconds quicker than we did on Monday. Great job there for Aiden Bailey, 10 flat. We'll bring up the 1961 Buick left-hand side and the 1970 Nova of Steve Eden right-hand side. Brian Atwood in the 61 Buick. Eden in the small block Nova goes 11:16 and 120. Atwood follows at 13:22 and 99 miles an hour. So the deuce box laying down a 10 flat pass, and that's got to give the boys some hope as they are probably going to pack it up and get ready to make the near 200-mile drive to the next shot. As at one point, I remember when we went over to the M1 garage, and Joey said he had been up for almost 40 straight hours. At one point, there was also an update where they had rolled the car out into the sunlight to help out, Aiden got underneath the car to jack it up and almost fell asleep on the concrete. Randy Fuller coming back around for another pass, and Leroy Brown. And Wyatt Schultz in the third-gen Camaro will occupy right side. 981 at 134 for Fuller, as that thing has proven to be a consistent high 9-second piece. 1891 at 73 miles an hour for Wyatt Schultz. Cole Reimar's once again doing a nice healthy burnout, as any 17-year-old should. It's participating on a drag and drive. The 1996 model Ford Mustang will stage up against Mike Reimars. I'm guessing Cole and Mike might have something in common. 2011 model Mustang left side. $987 $137 for the Shelby. $1140 at 117 for Cole's 96 Mustang. The 2000 model GMC Jimmy comes up next, left-hand side. And the four-door Nova, right-hand side of Jacob Eden. Jacob making the trip with Steve Eden this week. And John Green's GMC Jimmy left side. So as I mentioned, right now the news that I have just gotten is Steve Morris had came up and asked for a FuelTech FT600. I've been told he is pushing it into the staging lanes and going to change the CPU to try and make one last pass. He only ran 12.78 at 81 miles an hour earlier, so obviously he'd like to be able to get something with a single digit in it. 12.69 at 104 for John Green's Jimmy. Jacob goes 17.77 with an 8 at the end of it at 73 miles an hour. Matt Cartwright in the S10 and Robert Cook in the Mustang. These two faced each other earlier today. 12.70 for the S10, 14.62 for the Mustang. That brings up Chris Van Worden. Van Worden in the small block, naturally aspirated 67 Nova, hubcap and granny fresh left-hand side. Don't sleep on it, though. He'll be in the 10s, as will the right-hand side. This is Eric Bierkevet. Bierkevet, who needs to have more vowels in his last name than consonants. 2000 model Chevy Camaro. The Nova off the starting line first with the better 60-foot. Eric has already pulled even in the Camaro right-hand side and goes 9.77 at 114, 10.14 at 131 for Chris. Nicholas Martino in the third-gen Camaro comes up right-hand side. Nick Kurziak in the Silver Fairmont. over on left-hand side. Kurziak in the Fairmont goes 13:01 at 101, 10:94 at 126 for Nicholas Martino. All right, attention competitors that are in the pits. 5 minutes to get to the lanes before we close the lanes. 5 minutes remain before we close the rear of the staging lanes. Sean Lewis in the Chevy pickup truck, the 2007 Toyota Tundra pickup truck. I was thinking about Ryan Meskimen's pickup truck, the 2001 Silverado over on the left side. 14:23 at 99 miles an hour for the Silverado, as Adam Dory so proudly calls it. 15:80 at 85 miles an hour for the Toyota. I will probably never call a Silverado again. See, I'm still saying it wrong. I'll just buy a GMC, and then that way I won't have to worry about mispronouncing it. Tyler Garlock and Rovek Ahuja coming up next. Garlock in the Cobra Jet Rivalry Cobra Mustang left-hand side. Rovek out of the Yukon in the 1967 model Olds Cutlass. Tyler continues to have problems in the Mustang. Rovek on his way to a low 10-second pass right-hand side. Goes 10:15 at 132, 11:31 at 138 for Tyler. Our next pair, the S10 versus the Olds Cutlass. The Cutlass is Steve Niles, the 72 model. Mark Zandigian, the S10 pickup truck. Oldsmobile off the starting line first. And Steve once again looking for another mid-11-second pass out of the Oldsmobile. 11:41 at 116. 13:45 at 104 for Mark. 4 minutes now remain, ladies and gentlemen. 4 minutes to get to the lanes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes remain to get back to the lanes. David Black in the 85 Camaro right-hand side. Jeremy Kroger in the Nova left-hand side. Kroger's 72 Chevy Nova heading down left-hand side. Goes 10:52 at 125. The Camaro did not get in time, so will not receive a time slip. He can bring it back around. As we count down the minutes, now 3 minutes remaining. Crankshaft's got the better clock going on the live chat on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel. Crankshaft, thanks for keeping us up to date, man. 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Steve Morris is in the lanes with the Boostmaster wagon for one last shot on his. Aaron Gerke in the stick shift Ranger, just beating on that thing like it owes him money. And goes 10:33 at 132. I think that's his best pass of the week. 12:02 at 98 miles an hour for Tina Constados in the 87 Oldsmobile Cutlass. Eric Sparks and Thomas Hooten up next. Hooten in the police pursuit vehicle right-hand side and the left wheel standing. Monte Carlo. It has that G-body shuffle action going on. It doesn't pull both wheels. It just pulls one. Sparks off the mark first. And the Monte Carlo will stay out front left-hand side all the way to the finish line. 12:19 at 107, 13:25 at 107 for the police pursuit vehicle. As I see, we are starting to get more and more questions now on the live stream, back up to 4,400 people. Thank you so much for jumping on board. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remains to get back to the lanes. 1 minute. 1 minute remains to come back to the lanes. So I need a rotor for an MSD distributor cap. If you have a rotor for an MSD distributor cap, we need it for the white 69 Dart that is sitting just behind the tower on the right-hand side. Rotor for an MSD distributor cap. If you have a spare one, we need it now for the 69 Dart that is back behind the tower, right-hand side. Michael Bennett goes 12:13 at 109 in the Malibu, 13:01 at 109 for Nick C. in the stick shift 62 Impala. Dean Anderson and Michael Turner coming back around for another shot at the racetrack. Turner in the Dodge Dart, swinger right side. Anderson, who went a painful 8:49 with a 7 on his last pass, means he's got to go 8.500 or slower. So he's so close to that number he wants. He just needs a little slower. He'll get it this time as he spins the tires off the starting line. He'll leg it out the back door and be on the good side of 850 this time. Goes 875 at 160. It's not the way they would have wanted it, but it will work better than a 20-second time slip, because if you turn in something that's too quick, it counts as a 20-second time slip. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Staging lanes are now closed. Staging lanes are now closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. Staging lanes are now closed. Staging lanes are now closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. How about the all-Ford pickup battle coming up here? Casey Steinke in the stick shift Ford over on the left side. Robert Hill in the 6 Summer PT Cruiser version 2022 F350. Because everybody loves the PT Cruiser at Sick Week. I believe the F350 is now our PT Cruiser. Casey Steinke banging the gears left-hand side. And we'll get to the finish line first. 12 flat with a 6 at 113. Robert Hill follows 1591 at 89 miles an hour. So, ladies and gentlemen, I can see from my vantage point that it looks like Cletus McFarland's car is on a trailer. Either that or it is up on all 4 corners, but it looks like it is either on a trailer in the pits or it is up on all 4 corners. So he may be done. Not sure yet, though. I have not heard anything official. I'm just telling you what I can see from the tower. And it actually is on a trailer. Robbie Price in the 72 Mercury. 11:59 to 1:15. Not a bad pass for him. It's about a 1/10 of a second off his best, but it's still a good run. Joe Hengney goes 15:38 at 92 miles an hour. Justin Gray, the 71 GTX Plymouth, comes back for another shot left side, as does Nick Wider in the 85 D100 Dodge pickup truck. So yes, as unfortunately as I am seeing now, Cletus McFarland's car is being pulled on an open trailer leaving the property. That means he is done. Unfortunately. So they obviously had more problems than we figured. Well, here's the thing. People are saying Cletus is never done. The problem is if he leaves the racetrack on a trailer, he is disqualified. You are not allowed to put it on a trailer and still be in competition. Now, keep in mind, I mean, he could make exhibition runs if he fixes it, but he will officially be out as soon as he leaves the racetrack on a trailer. Wyatt Schultz and John Green. Green in the GMC Jimmy right side. Wyatt Schultz in the Camaro left side. $13.13.103 for John Green. And the Camaro of Wyatt Schultz goes 20.30 at a blistering 58 miles an hour. As we are down to our last few cars coming into the water box, it looks like our last two cars that are sitting in the staging lanes will be Steve Morris and Pat Miker with the Pro-Charged F3 Lenko-equipped 67 Chevelle. Those would possibly be our last two cars to go down the racetrack. So if you're on the live stream, don't go anywhere. We still got a couple of pretty quick cars coming up. Eric Bierkovic coming up in the 2000 model Camaro on the left-hand side, and Chris Van Worden. And they ran each other last time. They just flipped lanes this time. Nova right side, Camaro left side, 10:45 for the Camaro, 10:17 for the Nova. So it looks like we have about 3 or 4 pairs of cars left. For those of you watching at home and in the grandstands, we have about 3 to 4 pairs of cars left. Still north of 4,000 people watching live and online, and thank you all so much for bearing with us through everything we had to go through to try and keep the internet up today. I know Warren has very little hair left because he pulled it all out. But once again, we appreciate each and every one of you being part of day number 3 here on 6 Summer, brought to us by our friends at TBM Brakes, and the live stream being brought to us by Rick and our good friends at Gearbenders Overdrive. Mike Reimars and the Shelby going to make one more shot at the racetrack, as does Sean Lewis in the 2007 Toyota. $9.99 with a 3 at the end of it for the Mustang. The Toyota goes $15.62. Rob on the live chat, thank you so much. I am only one part. Obviously, as you mentioned, a great crew of people that make this event possible. And it's not just people that Tom has on his staff full time, but a lot of people that jump on board to be part of our events, including Warren and his staff. And we appreciate all that they do. They've been with us for Sick Week for the last 2 years, now doing 6 Summer as well. Nick Kurziak and Ryan McKesman. Scheming on the Chevy pickup truck. Ford Fairmont going down left-hand side for Nick. Nick's going to get there first left side. 1196 with a 7 at the end of it at 111. Ryan goes through at 1487 at 97. So Steve Morris is in the lanes, as I mentioned, is Pat Miker with the F3 Pro-Charged Lenko-equipped 67 Chevelle. So from what I've been told, apparently they had some problems with Cleater's car. What was it? Apparently the crankshaft was not staying in place. That's what I was told. Robert Gruber left-hand side in the stick shift supercharged Mustang. Rovek Ahuja going down right side out of the Yukon. 950 at 149 for Bob Gruber. Look at all the applause down there after all the heartache they've been through to trying to get this car from stop number 1 to stop number 3. That is a huge accomplishment there for Gruber, who has battled so many bad things coming up. Guys, you all deserve a round of applause for getting that Mustang down the racetrack. Good job. Rovek going 10-13 at 1:32 in the Oldsmobile. And there is a really good story that's going to come up here in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to let you know about it when it happens. We have 3 cars left to run, actually 4. We will have a very interesting final car to make a lap down. David Black to make a single pass here in the 3rd Gen Camaro. As he bumped through the beams on his last pass, so he'll make a single pass here. 10:42 at 1:39 for the Camaro. So now 3 cars remain. What will we get first? We will get Steve Morris in the Boostmaster wagon first. So this is basically for the lead change, overall quickest car. Right now, Bryant Goldstone, who is running in the unlimited iron category, I believe. Yes, he is. Now, Steve Morris is in the unlimited category, so both of these cars are in different categories, but we do award top 3 for the 3 quickest cars. So right now, Steve Morris is still leading unlimited. But that may change hands. As I mentioned, he went 666 at 2:13 on Monday, but his only run today is a 12:78. That is not going to do him any favors. Meanwhile, Brian Goldstone went 668 on Monday and 677 today. Now, like I said, they are not in the same class, but that would swing the quickest overall car. Morris changed everything under the sun to see if it'll make a pass here. As it looks like it may not want to bump in on the trans brake. Comes off the starting line with authority. 114, 60 foot to the top end for Morris. 683 at 214 miles an hour for Morris. So Steve Morris did complete the pass. They think there might have been some smoke out of it at the top end, so they're going to go down and double check, as there was a little bit of haze when the parachutes came out. Not sure if it was something in the chutes, might have caught something in the shutdown area, or if he actually had some smoke come out of the car. So we're going to double check before we send this possible 7/8 second Chevelle down the racetrack. But Morris, 114 60 foot, 4.513 at 166 miles an hour to the 8th mile, 683 with a 3 at 214.54 miles an hour. The third car to run in the 6s here today, and the second car to eclipse 210 miles an hour. That is still in competition. Technically, it would be the third, but as we mentioned, Cletus is already on a trailer, so he is out of competition. So while we wait for the report from the top end, 2 cars left to run. The Pro-Charged Lenko-equipped 1967 Chevelle sits at the ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for the all clear, I believe we are in the thrash mode on one last vehicle, and it is something truly that once again will make you remember and realize that sportsmanship is alive and well, both in drag racing and the drag and drive community. So right now, we are waiting on 2 cars left. Pat Miker with the 1967 Chevelle. He is running in unlimited iron, and he sits right behind the water box right-hand side. You'll know when he starts up. For those of you that don't have your ears plugged, I would highly suggest you do so, even those of you on the live feed. If you have any earwax, Pat is about to remove it. So Pat, earlier today, on a tuned-down run, went 887 at 152. Yesterday went 813 at 179. So obviously there is a lot left on the table. While Pat backs up, I will tell you about a great story once this Chevelle has made its pass, as we have 1 car left to go. It has started, and I'll give you the brief overview of it here in just a minute. Once again, if you have not turned in your time slips, please do so right now. Pat having to pedal it, 121.60, but gets close to the center line and doesn't back out of it. 811 at 175, just rode the center line and still goes 811 at 175, improving on his previous time by a bunch. Now, ladies and gentlemen, coming to the water box, truly a group effort here. A great story that I'm going to tell you about. Anthony Wiseman in the 69 Dart. So the Dart popped and banged on its first attempt to make a pass out of the burnout box. It never staged. He backed it up and went through everything. They found out that not only was a plug wire bad, but they had destroyed the cap and rotor. They managed to find a new one. So Anthony Wiseman making the pass. Let me tell you what happened. Oh, looks like something came off of it at the top end, but he still goes through at 1046 at 100 miles an hour, so he completed the pass. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to this. The reason that car went down the racetrack, Rovek Ahuja, after he made his pass in his Oldsmobile, came back, ripped his MSD distributor apart, took the cap and rotor and ran it up to the Dodge, gave it to him so he could make a pass. That is how you end day number 3 here at Great Lakes Dragaway for 6 Summer, brought to us by TBM Brakes. Like I said, sportsmanship alive and well as Rovek makes the pass in his Oldsmobile, comes back, rips the ignition apart, takes the cap and rotor over to Anthony Wiseman so he can make his pass in time to be able to stay in competition here at 6 Summer. That is a great way to end day number 3. All of you people that have come out here today, again, thank you so much for showing up in droves and supporting Drag and Drive right here on the first annual 6 Summer. We appreciate you all coming out here to join us. If you have not turned in your time slips yet, please do so. Right across from the VP Racing Fuels trailer, Tanya and her crew are waiting for you, and they will get you taken care of with your map to go to the next location, our longest drive, to go from here to Tri-State Raceway tomorrow for Thursday action. And thank you all so much to everybody that stayed on the on-live feed. We thank you all so much. Thanks for all the great feedback. We appreciate all the great questions. We will be right back on the live stream tomorrow at 9 a.m. And keep in mind that because of the buffering issues, we will post the recorded in its entirety action today on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel as soon as that's possible.